Yo! How's it going? This is the second episode of what we call now vegan group therapy. It's going to be a open live stream that we're going to try and do every week. Try and get last week was really fun. We had 4 or 5 people up here for the whole night. Fun stuff was talked about. We had Jason John Swartz show up and try and warn us of some vegan ailments. And I think today we're going to go over those. We're going to watch some videos. We're going to do a bunch of stuff. But I think we're going to watch this Earthling Ed video for a little bit until some more people show up. Who dis?
Got somebody.
I'm going to present. Oh, I want.
It's been a while.
Forgot how to use StreamYard. Present.
I'm just glad I'm not the one fumbling right now.
There it is.
Last week.
Boom.
Not just wrong, but a veritable anti-truth. Something as wrong as it could possibly get.
But Elon's misinformation doesn't stop there. He also said this: renewable energy production, so solar, wind, geothermal, improving home insulation and electric transport will do the trick. Vegan/vegetarian helps a little, but isn't critical. We should take the set of actions that maximize total public happiness. Firstly, he's saying that human happiness is more important to prioritize than animal suffering and harm. So, in other words, if people enjoy dogfighting, well, that's fine because we should maximize human happiness. Because what Elon's saying is that the industry which causes more suffering, harm, and violence to animals, the animal farming industries, they should continue on the basis that he enjoys eating animal products. So he's valuing pleasure as being more important than harm to animals. What a scary ethical framework to have towards animals, which sadly we'll be discussing in more detail later. And also how convenient it is for the founder of the world's largest electric car manufacturer to claim that electric transport is more important than plant-based diets for tackling climate change. And it's a bold claim too, since there's not an ounce of truth in it. Animal agriculture alone contributes more greenhouse gas emissions globally than the exhausts of all forms of transportation combined. So between having 0 exhaust emissions or no animal farming, well, no animal farming would reduce greenhouse gases more. And that doesn't even take into account the environmental cost of creating electric cars and the materials needed. Look, don't get me wrong, electric cars are a great step in the right direction, as even though they have an environmental impact, over time with use, they do become more sustainable than petrol and diesel cars. However, to claim that electric transport is a bigger part of the solution than a plant-based food system is completely and verifiably false, especially as the connection between animal agriculture and...
Wait a minute, what did he just say about cars? Were you following that?
No, I was still trying to, because we kind of started like 5 minutes.
He said electric cars over time become more sustainable. I don't know. That's not.
I kind of missed that.
Is not just...
Is that what he said?
I'm not sure. I know he was talking about like the whole climate change thing earlier, but I kind of missed that last thing he said.
It's a matter of emissions. Animal farming is the #1 driver of land use, deforestation, habitat loss, and species extinction. And in the Amazon rainforest specifically, cattle ranching alone is responsible for 80% of deforestation. Plus, in many countries like the UK, animal farming is also the leading driver of river and water pollution. And no longer eating animal products would also allow us to feed every mouth on the planet with plants, while also allowing us to free up an area of land equivalent in size to the whole of Australia, the whole of China, the whole of the European Union, and the whole of the United States combined. And what can we do with that land? We can rewild it, reforest it, regrow it. And why is that good? Well, because more habitats, less species extinction, cleaner rivers, lakes, streams, and oceans, and less carbon dioxide, because plants grow using photosynthesis. In other words, they sequester carbon dioxide and store carbon because they use it to build up their organic biomass. In fact, the CO2 that could be sequestered each year from rewilding these no longer needed areas of land is higher than the emissions produced by all of the exhausts of all transportation combined. So a plant-based food system coupled with rewilding would reduce global emissions by over twice as much as having transportation that produces zero exhaust emissions. This is why the lead author of the most comprehensive analysis to date on the impact that farming has on the environment.
I mean, that's even questionable to say emissionless because they're not running off of a solar grid. They're still running off of coal.
It's true.
There's a lot of goofy misinformation out there about electric car efficiency. They're horrendously not efficient.
Claimed that a vegan diet is probably the single biggest way to reduce your impacts on planet Earth. Not just greenhouse gases, but global acidification, eutrophication, land use, and water use. It is far bigger than cutting down on your flights or buying an electric car.
That all turned out to be wrong. And not just a little wrong, but so wrong that it might as well have been not just wrong, but a veritable anti-truth. Something as wrong as it could possibly get.
And I don't even like having to make these arguments because we should be doing all of these things. We should be switching to renewable energy production, improving home insulation, and switching to electric transportation. It's just that we should also be switching to a plant-based food system too. It's not an either-or scenario, and I am tired of people invalidating and misrepresenting the environmental benefits of a plant-based diet. And I am certainly not going to accept this misrepresentation from someone who has vested interests in electric cars. So perhaps this is actually more about maximizing Elon's profits than it is public happiness. And ironically, well, a study into Elon's plans to colonize Mars found that a plant-based diet would be the most sustainable option for Mars residents and could support double the amount of people that a diet including meat could. So if Elon really does desire interstellar living, then he's going to have to start listening to the science at some point. But then again, maybe Elon thinks that he knows better than all of the scientists who are experts in their relevant fields.
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
Go f yourself. Which brings me to the next part of the video. Now, if I told you that animals in the US were having holes drilled into their skulls so that a chip could be implanted into their brains by an eccentric billionaire who wants to see if we can control computers with our thoughts, well, you'd probably tell me to go easy on the science fiction novels. And yet, with Elon Musk's Neuralink, the reality of these experiments is even more troubling than you'd imagine. In fact, last year it emerged that around 1,500 animals have been killed by Elon's company Neuralink, who are trying to create brain implants to allow humans to do things like control computers with their thoughts. Neuralink have been testing on sheep, pigs, monkeys, mice, and rats, who have all been subjected to extremely invasive surgeries where their skulls are literally drilled open so that the chips can be implanted in their brains for testing. Allegations of animal cruelty initially emerged in 2017 when Neuralink conducted experiments on monkeys at the University of California, Davis, which, by the way, is a publicly funded university, meaning that taxpayers' money was, in part, used to conduct these experiments and torment the monkeys, a detail which, incidentally, both Neuralink and UC Davis worked hard to bury. They also worked hard to bury evidence of the horrific animal abuse that had taken place there. In fact, UC Davis withheld documents pertaining to the experiments until they were sued by the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine under the premise that citizens have a right to know how public money is being spent. The court case resulted in 600 pages of evidence detailing an obscene level of suffering caused by the experiments, such as chronic infections, seizures, paralysis, and a glue called bioglue, which was not approved for the surgery, being used to fill holes in the monkey's skull and which eventually seeped through and damaged their brains. In one case, a monkey was left bleeding in her brain because of bioglue, and she vomited so much from the side effects that she developed open sores in her esophagus. Just truly awful. The monkeys were also kept in solitary cages despite them being highly social animals and locked into restraints which stopped them from being able to move. In 2020, Elon did a live show demonstrating several pigs that had brain implants. The purpose of the show was to demonstrate that, in Elon's words, the pigs were happy, healthy pigs.
We've been able to do dual Neuralink implants, and we've been able to show that you can actually have multiple neural links implanted, and again, healthy and happy and indistinguishable from a normal pig.
But behind closed doors, it was revealed that pigs, sheep, and other animals were suffering in Neuralink facilities in the same horrific ways that monkeys at UC Davis had. In 2021, 25 pigs died after having the wrong size of chip implanted in their heads. The procedure was later repeated with 36 sheep who were also killed. On another occasion, 2 pigs had chips implanted in the wrong place. Failed experiments in animal suffering is the norm at Neuralink. Elon simply showcases the handful of animals who do manage to survive, at least for a while, because even animals who have survived their initial procedures are killed so that an autopsy can be performed for research purposes. Now, one might argue that Elon is developing technology which could theoretically, potentially at some point help people who deal with paralysis or certain diseases, and so causing suffering to prevent suffering is justified. Although it must be said that that's a comfortable argument to make when we're not the ones being tested on. But there are 2 key reasons why this argument doesn't hold up in Elon's case. Firstly, anonymous employees told the media that the reason for mistakes and botched experiments is because of Elon pushing them to work faster than they can cope. This has not only caused more animal suffering than what would even be deemed necessary by those supporting the experiments more generally, but also jeopardizes the safety of the technology for humans as well. After Neuralink were exposed for animal cruelty, they were even put under federal investigation for violations of the Animal Welfare Act, which actually really takes some doing. This is the same act that allows experimentation to occur in the first place and allows animals to be gassed to death and macerated alive in the farming industry. Basically, to be put under investigation, especially for testing, requires a level of negligence and callousness towards animals that is genuinely shocking. Neuralink responded by saying that they were absolutely committed to working with animals in the most humane and ethical way possible, which is just clearly not true. Again, the bioglue they have been using is not even approved for surgical procedures. And just remember, the word humane means having or showing compassion or benevolence. How dare they claim that they are acting with compassion to these animals? And it's funny how they use the phrase working with as if the animals are willing partners in this agreement, like they volunteer to have their skulls drilled open. Now, Elon has been mostly silent on this issue, except from stating this at a show and tell event.
Before we would even think of putting a device in an animal, we do everything we possibly can with rigorous benchtop testing. So we're not cavalier in putting devices into animals. We're extremely careful, and we always want the device, whenever we do the implant, if it's in a sheep or a pig or monkey, to be confirmatory, not exploratory.
Funny that, because Reuters said that it found
Hard
Neuralink
to get that
records with numerous references to exploratory surgeries. It's reported that Neuralink's animal care program director, Autumn Sorrells, ordered employees to remove exploration from their study titles and to stop using the term going forward. It's all just a big PR game, and Elon initially had the audacity to try to suppress what public funds were being spent on, which is ironic because it's a violation of freedom of information and suppresses free speech, and also because the world's richest man is taking handouts from the government. Imagine that. A multi-billionaire capitalist who is believed to be the world's richest man is taking money from taxpayers to perform botched experiments that have been investigated for violating animal welfare laws. And then not only does he try to suppress this information, he then also has the audacity to lie about the types of experiments being performed. Neuralink and Elon Musk say what they want to say and show what they want to show, even if that does not reflect reality. Case in point.
When we think about how we can improve the lives of animals that are contributing so much for us, we think about all the ways in which we can provide them comfort, agency, and joy. One of these projects we worked on with our engineering team was making research data collection a fun, comfortable, and voluntary aspect of the animal's life. Agency is a top priority of our program. While it was always voluntary, charging the implant was an area we wanted to refine further. Now animals can more naturally walk up to a branch that has a charging coil embedded in it and charge the implant on their own volition. Choice and agency are fundamental to good welfare for anyone.
So choice and agency are fundamental to the welfare of the animals in your care. Is
Good
it?
Lord.
So they can leave, can they? They can choose to not be experimented on, Can they? No. They are literally restrained. They have no autonomy. One of the monkeys had missing fingers and toes because it's believed they self-mutilated and chewed them off. If you experiment on animals, just be honest. You don't care about the animals. At the very least, just be honest about it. Stop gaslighting people. They even have the nerve to call themselves innovative animal advocates.
If you are an innovative animal advocate like us and you love working with animals, check out our job openings at Neuralink.com.
And we're not even done yet. Elon's impatience with Neuralink staff has been growing since they missed regulatory deadlines and were being outperformed by rivals such as Synchron, who use a less invasive implantation method that doesn't require open brain surgery and who were approved for human trials years ago. Synchron has already been running successful human trials. Elon even sent Neuralink employees an email at 6 in the morning saying, "We are simply not moving fast enough. It is driving me nuts." So don't think for a second that all of this is being done because it has to be done or because Elon just cares so much. The technology is already being used more competently by another company who don't drill holes into brains and are on human trials. So why do you think Elon is pushing the staff to keep working harder and harder and faster and faster? Because he's already behind his competitors. At the beginning of this year, Elon publicly stated that the development of AI should be halted for 6 months because of its risk to society. Specifically, he referenced ChatGPT, stating that they should halt making any more progress. But guess what Elon has just announced? His own AI chatbot called Grok, which is a direct competitor with ChatGPT. Gosh, why did Elon want a competitor that was ahead of him in the AI space to have to halt any further progress until the end of this year? I mean, obviously it must be because Elon really cares about the risk to society because, well, that's what he said. And obviously it has nothing to do with the fact that he was working on his own chatbot, but was behind his competitors. And Elon hates it when other people take the glory or when they embarrass him. Elon called someone this publicly because the man had saved children who were trapped in a flooded cave in Thailand and had embarrassed Elon because Elon's proposal for saving the children wouldn't have worked. This is all about ego. Clearly, Elon's main priority wasn't saving the trapped children because rather than celebrating when someone actually did save them, he instead called that person the worst thing that you can call someone publicly on Twitter. In fact, the biggest task that SpaceX has is developing a rocket powerful enough to get through the orbit created by the sheer size of Elon Musk's ego. These are not self-landing rockets. They just keep getting pulled back by his ego orbit. Neuralink is also about ego. And beyond that, it's a business. It's about money. Elon is indifferent that hundreds of animals are killed in the process. It only matters that they get this product on the market as soon as possible. Remember, Elon believes animals should be viewed as less of a priority than his happiness. And get this. Federal law in the US requires certain animal research facilities to have a regulatory committee ensuring the care and welfare of animal test subjects. But the vast majority of Neuralink's animal testing committee are also company employees. And Neuralink staff typically receive equity in the company. Anonymous employees told Reuters that some senior level workers stand to make millions of dollars if the brain implant is successful. So there's obviously a huge conflict of interest here. The same people tasked with ensuring rigorous standards of animal care will also financially benefit from the product going through testing and receiving regulatory approval as fast as possible. And remember, Neuralink is already behind their competitors. In the same way that Elon pioneered electric cars, he could be using his vast wealth and influence to develop and pioneer game-changing animal-free testing methods, especially since he claims that he definitely believes in the ethical treatment of animals. Well, Elon, then put your money where your mouth is. So maybe Elon should be less interested in putting a chip in someone's brain and more interested in removing the chip that he's got on his shoulder. To reference Spider-Man again,
Great power burns great responsibility.
but at the minute, Elon is abusing that power and being run by his ego. Sadly, regrettably, I think we're probably doomed to a lifetime of Neuralink Premium and, well, racist Americans having their tweets beamed directly into our brain chips. All right, guys, that brings us to the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, let me know down below in the comments what you think about
Huh. Interesting.
Got a little edgy with that racist tweet comment at the end there.
Yeah. Jeez. So you said you started reading his book?
Yeah, I haven't got a chance to fully get into it, but it's like from what I'm seeing, it's pretty good. He breaks down some of his like debates he's had and kind of pulls away some of the like recurring themes and some of the central themes of the arguments. So there's some pretty good examples. I got to go through and actually listen to it. I listened to it when I was like trying to go to sleep the other night, just be like, oh, when I wake up, I'll be hearing like something insightful for the day.
Having like a machine read it to you.
Yeah, I got the whole setup so I can listen to it and read it at the same time.
Sick. So I hit up Jason. He might stop by. He's doing a live stream right now, but he might swing by. Do you want to pull up some links?
Sure. I don't have anything like super put together right now. I basically just kind of
So for those who don't know, one of Garland Farms is a guy I did a bunch of debates with on the Crucible, like structured live debates, and I got him basically. He's a farmer, and I got him to admit that the animal industry is causing more harm than the plant agriculture industry. Anyway, he's got a buddy named Jason Swartz, who I believe is like some sort of, I don't think he's a doctor, but he's some sort of like in the medical field. But he came by last week with some like warnings for us vegans, basically. And after watching the video back, we were all like, wait a minute, like he was kind of making some stuff. His explanation of things was a little funny. And he was definitely, like I said, after he left, there's a lot of agenda behind his facts. And I think that's what ended up happening was he was just kind of cherry picked some stuff. But Allie and Braxton here were like, wait a minute, that dude, he was leaving some major things out.
Yeah,
which is what these guys are all about. Can you turn your mic up a little?
Yeah.
It should be in your settings.
Okay.
Garland Harms.
Volume is.
Yeah.
How do I?
Should be under settings and audio.
Okay. Not seeing anything to. I see. Oh, automatically adjust. Okay. How's that?
That's better.
Okay. Yeah, the thing that was kind of like made me have to, take a pause on even looking too deeply into the study was like his whole justification for not going fully vegan seemed to be that point about sunburn, saying that like our ancestors didn't really get sunburnt as much and they'd be out, like working all day and they'd have darker skin. And it's like, well, I don't know if you're going to be able to pull off like long excruciating days working in the fields or something like purely on just meat and dairy, like no fiber, no antioxidants, polyphenols, like any of the stuff that helps to keep your skin healthy. Like that didn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah. And then he was saying that if you get your omegas right, you just won't sunburn.
Yeah, I don't know about that either.
No, I was listening to that at work, and I had to put it in my pocket because I kept trying to go into chat, and I was like, wait, I would like to see some of his sources on many of the things, especially the one, the omega-3s providing SPF. I mean, maybe there's some study that showed some sort of correlation, but from what my research I've done, I've seen correlation with beta carotene and vitamin A, like specifically vitamin A, specifically from beta carotene from fruits and vegetable intake, providing some sort of either sun protection or some, like, probably because of the antioxidant activity, allows your skin to recover from the UV exposure, basically.
Yeah, did you guys get a chance to check out that that video I sent you where I kind of like pulled a chapter out of that Dr. Greger book?
Probably not.
Oh,
no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, we've been pretty busy.
Let me see. I didn't get a chance to like take down a bunch of notes on it, but there was
Pull it up, and then you can like pause it, and if you want to
okay.
talk about your
Yeah.
notes.
I kind of have some stuff roughly put out on there, like a comment that I made that like kind of took some of the interesting parts, but
Yeah.
let me see. Okay. Is that showing up? Okay. So,
% by reducing.
do you want me to just like play it or?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I think it was around this part. Yeah.
Administrated topically. Rubbing a broccoli extract
Okay, let me go back a few seconds here.
hours of rush hour exposure on a Los Angeles freeway. Cruciferous vegetables so boost our detoxification pathways that heavy broccoli eaters may need to drink more coffee to get the same buzz as the drug metabolizing pathway that clears caffeine can get so revved up. The protection veggies from the cabbage family give us can even be demonstrated topically. Rubbing a broccoli extract on your skin before spending time in the sun can decrease the redness of a sunburn by 35% by reducing the tissue damage caused by UV rays through NRF2 activation.
Interesting, yeah.
The discovery that sulforaphane can switch on NRF2 arguably heralds a new paradigm in nutrition science. No wonder cruciferous vegetable intake is associated with decreased risk of cardiovascular disease, cancer, and mortality from all causes put together. Even those who average just a single floret's worth of broccoli a day can lower mortality rates than those who eat little or none. However,
You want me to pause that for a second?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sulforaphane's an interesting one too. I kind of geeked out on that when like Rhonda Patrick and a couple others were really getting into that.
Yes, yeah. I remember watching her on JRE years ago and diving into that.
That's when I was getting more into health, like watching more stuff from Dr. Greger and a bunch of others, because I started getting into sprouting broccoli too, because the whole.
I was literally about to say, yeah, that's what made me started doing broccoli sprouts. I just recently started getting into it, but yeah, that's funny. Whole rabbit hole.
life-extending benefits of broccoli may extend even beyond sulforaphane. Animals fed 1% broccoli diets lived longer, but those given just the amount of sulforaphane found in that much broccoli, the compound without the broccoli itself, did not. Sulforaphane salads trump sulforaphane supplements. Sidebar: enhancing sulforaphane formation. Acidifying raw cruciferous vegetables can boost sulforaphane formation. Adding lemon juice to a shredded cabbage salad, for instance, may help a little, but adding vinegar is even better, presumably because of its higher acid content. However, the opposite may be true when cooking cabbage. Boiled red cabbage should be kept blue, not pink, indicating a more alkaline environment that helps keep the critical cruciferous components from degrading. Check out c.nf/cabbageph. The most critical factor when it comes to cooking, though, is pausing between chopping and heating. My so-called hack and hold strategy detailed in my cruciferous vegetables chapter in How Not to Die, and in my video c.nf/hack and hold. Fat reactor.
I think this part kind of gets into like oxidized cholesterol and some of that stuff too. Not sure. I should have taken better notes, but it's really interesting because just going through this was reminding me of like, okay, I need to start stepping up my my health standards a little bit again because I started getting a little sloppy. Now reading back through all this, it's like, man, like there's the way he presents everything just makes you like geek out on nutrition.
Yeah, I didn't know shit before, like Allie, really. And she was like Dr. Greger, and I was raised McDougal, but McDougal's cool, but he's like sugarphobic.
Wait, what'd you say?
McDougal's cool, but he's sugarphobic, and like my mom like sweared by him growing up, and I remember having hypoglycemic like episodes in school because she was just 100% sugar free, and I don't know if I was eating that much fruit back then or anything like that. But I remember like in school, like getting all cloudy and like I couldn't focus on anything. Almost like sometimes on like long bike rides, you get kind of in the same like fucking crazy zone. If you're like, it's very like these long bike rides we go, yeah, you get low blood sugar, and then your body you're not hungry, you're like, so you have to eat, but you don't want to eat. And so, when you're a noob cyclist, you'll like go out and ride far and not eat. And it's called bonking, when you just hit a wall, when you run out of, you've depleted all your muscle glycogen, and then you're not taking any new stuff in. So it's tough, but yeah, Gregor's cool.
It's like, as with anything though, like you have to sort of cherry pick what all these doctors and researchers, the work they put out. You kind of have to figure out the good stuff and filter out the not so good stuff. They're all humans, all they go wrong, they get led astray sometimes. So
what's cool about the vegan scene is that like all these guys like debate each other, and they all kind of, like, it's not like we're all backing each other up to the death on everything, like.
Yeah, there's healthy debate as far as like
very healthy debate
health
within all these circles of these doctors, and it's been kind of interesting, from Durian Rider to Gregor to Vegan Gains, and like all these guys, they have like there's healthy banter going on, which is good because it makes everybody go over their shit again, and it's been kind of interesting.
Like the whole salt versus no salt sort of debate. That, like, I know McDougal's kind of thrown some shade at Gregor a couple times for that. It's like I'm the kind of person that really likes my salt. So I mean, I try not to go too crazy on it, but I really like my hot sauce. I like like spice, and I like deep flavors. So that's a one where I wouldn't see eye to eye fully with McDougal, but overall they're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, I'm getting old. She always laughs at me because of how much over spice I like everything.
Yeah.
I like my salt.
Yeah, I've been doing that since I'd like first started getting more into cooking. So like spice is the spice of life for me.
Oh yeah. Spice and sauces.
Oh
and
yeah.
Dips and sauces. And yeah.
Yeah, people are always like mind blown when they see how much like I put together if I'm doing my own like meals. Well, pretty much just my general way of cooking, but I'll make like huge salads. I'll make like big plates just packed full of like anything from like just greens and kale, but also I'll have like sometimes throw some potatoes in there, like seeds.
Dude, sweet
nuts.
potatoes, white sweet potatoes are the shit. They taste like tamales. Like they're so good. Bro, we'll eat like 4 pounds of broccoli in a sitting, like it's like you eat different. You eat like larger portions of less stuff, and it's like,
yeah, less calorically dense, but bigger volume, more fiber, water content. Like it's
which, with like all the betards, it's like, they're like, oh, you're not getting enough protein. And it's like, we just have to eat a little bit more. It's that easy to get all these nutrients you think we aren't getting enough of. We just eat a little more.
Or if you want to get more protein, it's not that
hard to get more protein. Like I'm avoiding protein,
But if you're trying to get bigger, if you're a weightlifter, sure, if that's your goal, then you can still healthily incorporate more protein, but it's not necessary to survive day to day, that's for sure, and like even be active and healthy.
Like I see some of these fools, they're eating like 600 grams of fucking protein a day.
Yeah, it's overkill.
Well, again, it goes back to the omega-6 thing. My biggest problem, especially with vegan products that are touted as being high protein, they're full of oil. Mm-hmm. And that's like mainly like most of these things, most of these bars or like and even powders, like it's not even the protein content that necessarily bothers me. It's just it's like this added omega-6 basically. I mean, depending on what type of oil, but even coconut oil, it's still, you're adding saturated fat, which depending on your goal and what else you're eating, that may or may not be, that big of a deal, but still.
Yeah. Oh, and a lot of that's avoidable too. I mean, if I'm doing protein, I try to do more, tofu's kind of, you know, it's a gray area, I guess, because it's technically processed, but it's really not that. It's not that big of a deal, I guess, because it's
To process stuff.
yeah.
Process is a pretty like arbitrary word too, because I mean, you know, like process, you could grind something up. It's technically
Eating is processing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grinding
Our stomach is
a nut
process.
down, you know, is not doing much to the nut. You know, like everybody is so like, oh, anything processed is killing you, and it's just like that is like the mantra: sugar and anything processed.
They're
the mantra
marketing
of the
terms.
NPCs, the marketing terms.
It's to sell products to make people think that they're healthy, but it's just their terms that don't mean anything.
The meat and dairy industry has taken a huge hit in the last 10 years. And any industry that has that type of money is going to raise the amount of advertising they do, which is, i.e., all this carnivore, keto, eat more meat, eat more dairy propaganda that we've been dealing with, and the anti-vegan propaganda that we've been dealing with. Hey, Zen's here.
But yeah, you see
Hop
that
in,
a
Zen.
lot. These false paradigms. I see these memes on Facebook where it's like seed oils versus animal fats, and it's like this pro animal product, animal fat, but it's like they can both actually be bad. Like it's not either or. Like, and it's these people who are at least friends or acquaintances I see who normally post their intellectual kind of bars a little bit higher for things they post, and then something like that comes around,
They're
and again,
just
it's
down
just
in
like,
the gutter, just like, what?
Yeah.
Like, you guys.
but it's just
Yeah.
again, I think it's like it has to be like these companies, like these animal product, whatever companies, it's like that's a great tactic to get more people to buy your products. Is, you know, that's the new mainstream media, is social media. So it's like, of course, why would you not like
Yeah,
produce memes
you could
to
literally
go viral?
You could look at the charts of the last 10 years in meat sales, and there's a huge tank, and it tanked right about the time, you know, Rogan started slanging all this, you know, extra, you know, tons of meat stuff, and having the carnivore doctor on, and having, you know, Baker on, and all these dudes, and just like completely lying about vegan stuff.
And then that was when a lot of big time vegan YouTubers did the hard switch too and went carnivore. There was quite a few. It was kind of
Oh,
around that time too.
Even
There were-
Miley
or what-
Cyrus was one of them.
What was that?
I said even Miley Cyrus was one of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then exactly, a bunch of
Like all
big
these
time
big
celebrities
figures.
too. And then
Yeah.
she went on Joe Rogan and
It was like,
spouted
I'm
a
not
bunch of
vegan
nonsense.
anymore.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Where that
I
came
do
from.
kind of miss those days though, because that was when like veganism and carnivore, like it was really in the spotlight. Like people were having to hash out all these points, and you could pick for yourself what was more truthful. Like you could look it up for yourself.
I think it was 2017 was the time that one of the movies dropped, and I was like blown away by how many people went vegan for like the next year or
Oh,
two
one of the
after
big
that.
documentaries.
Yeah, one of the documentaries came out on Netflix. And it was shocking, you know, and it was kind of cool, you know, for me being someone who was vegan in the 90s when no one was vegan. It's just wild to see. And back in the day, there was no vegan hate back in the day. People thought it was really cool. Like I never came across anyone back in the day talking shit. And now it's just like the like world's, it's like a acceptable form of racism almost.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I don't get. I mean, well, I can't say I don't get where it came from. It seems like it was the Joe Rogan types and all these other big podcasts. Like when people started going anti-vegan because they were getting so much exposure from like 2015, 2016, around then. Like you were saying, it's like as soon as that happened, there had to be some kind of pushback. It's like you got to stuff down the progress and like make sure it doesn't take hold. Like that's what I kind of picked up on.
Yeah, and it's like the saying, every movement gets co-opted, right? So it's like you had those supposed vegans, but you know, mainstream vegans thrown in there to completely guide the masses along to the next thing, and it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting people trying to like conflate, you know, I guess sort of mix in like veganism with all these sort of leftist political ideals and everything, and it's like you can push those ideas, but you don't have to like I don't know. It just kind of left a bad taste in people's mouth with the whole idea of being vegan. By the way, do you want me to take that down?
No, that's cool. I mean, we could keep going if you want.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was kind of curious to see. I think this is one of the parts that were pretty good, where he's talking about like heterocyclic amines and all this stuff about like oxidized fat being not the best for your health.
Oh yeah, cooked fats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Well, I
real
think they
bad
even
shit.
oxidize on the shelf too. Like it's,
Yeah, they're oxidizing the second that animal dies.
Yeah.
or no, even from plants.
Yeah, there was one part of this where he's talking about something about like slaughtering chickens, where like the meat processors were considering a different practice, like a sort of like second beheading sort of deal, because I guess when they decapitate them, like an oxidizing process would already take place, and that was causing health issues, I guess. I don't fully recall it, but yeah, it's like as soon as an animal's killed, you're already getting all these issues popping up with the health factor of eating it.
Well, it immediately starts decomposing, and people can't. They laugh their brains out when I say that stuff, and it's like, what, you think it's preserved or it's getting better once the animal dies? Like,
Yeah.
you know, like it's pretty wild.
Yeah, you're kind of racing the clock as soon as that happens.
Yeah.
Turn your stomach into a graveyard too.
Have been developed. In general, the more the scale tips towards the pro-oxidant side, the higher the risk of heart disease, kidney disease, and getting and dying from cancer, and all causes put together. Although all the different scoring systems have a different complement of components, they all agree that exercise, cruciferous vegetables, and certain constituents of whole plant foods such as fiber and carotenoid phytonutrients are net antioxidant, squelching free radicals, whereas meat, alcohol, fat, and activities like smoking are pro-oxidant, generating free radicals. Of all the dietary pro-oxidants, saturated fat is considered the worst. Heterocyclic amines, the carcinogenic compounds formed when meat is cooked or tobacco is smoked, can induce free radical formation. But that's not the only reason meat and meat products contribute to oxidative stress. Our stomach acts as a bioreactor in which the heme proteins in blood and muscle oxidize the fat in the acid bath of our stomach. It turns out that during slaughter, chickens, for example, are bled of only about half their blood, and the remaining residual can be such a powerful promoter of fat oxidation that some of the industry are advocating for an additional decapitation step during the slaughter process. When we consume the oxidized or rancid fat, it can then make it into our LDL cholesterol particles that accelerate atherosclerosis, the hardening of arteries that ultimately is our leading cause of death. Oxidized fat levels in circulating LDL can double within 4 days of eating grilled turkey cutlets every day. Damaging effects can be mediated by eating berries with meaty meals, though, which I'll talk about in the berries chapter. This may help explain why vegetarians appear protected from cardiovascular disease, but oxidized fats are also created when vegetable oils are heated. It's no surprise, then, that the consumption of more ultra-processed junk food is associated with higher rates of DNA damage compared to those eating less. However, the oxidation of animal fats may be even worse because of the quote-unquote dreaded oxysterols. But before I get to that...
Do you want me to kind of pause between sections? Or?
Pauses. I like his videos where he's walking.
Oh yeah, he's walking on the treadmill.
Yeah.
I was thinking about getting a treadmill.
Very he's a kind of a calming dude when he's doing it's like the whole thing is like very calming.
Yeah, you're just seeing a pacing of him just kind of moving up and down.
It's like a metronome.
Yeah.
Like helps you absorb the information better.
Yeah, it's like hypnotizing. But
hypnotizing McGregor.
Yeah, it's good.
Did you see the video of him and Vegan Gains at some convention?
Oh, yeah, about the erythritol.
Yeah, that was it.
He like confronted him.
Yeah. It was pretty funny. Gregor kind of went nuts.
Yeah, wasn't it kind of awkward?
Yeah, like Gregor grabbed him and like kept grabbing him.
He was just a little aggressive and kind of loud, but
maybe a little Adderall.
Okay, yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah, It was a little odd.
Yeah.
He's an odd guy, it seems.
He's a weird old guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all weird behind the camera.
Or in
That's
front
true.
of the camera.
Particularly like this part here, the dirty cops chapter part that he gets into. It's funny hearing him say it. Here, get
That
into it.
sidebar antioxidant status of vegetarians. Both systematic and non-systematic reviews have concluded that plant-based diets protect against free radical damage, which may quote-unquote explain why vegetarians live longer. Most studies show that vegetarians, for example, suffer lower levels of oxidative stress, but some show no significant difference compared to meat eaters or fish eaters or even higher levels in vegetarians. As in detail in c.nf/antioxveg, the discrepant results may be due to vitamin B12 inadequacy among vegetarians and vegans who don't supplement their diet with B12 or B12 fortified foods, as even subclinical, meaning asymptomatic B12 deficiency is associated with increased oxidative stress. A regular, reliable source of vitamin B12 is critically important to take advantage of the full spectrum of benefits to plant-based eating. Dirty cops.
I like hearing him say it. I almost want to get his
Dirty cops.
Gregor's on our side now. Anarcho-vegan side.
Yeah. He's an ally.
Yeah. I was gonna say too, this is kind of a contentious topic because I know a lot of people on like the carnivore side, they've got this idea that like cholesterol is supposed to be good for you and that all the data on that has been backwards or something like that. Like I can't that
Well, there was a study that said that basically the what was it?
It was like good
The cholesterol isn't the problem. It's stuff that isn't the problem. And so all the carnivores ran with that, but it was the stuff that runs with it also is the problem. So it's like you can't separate the two. Like so thus that's why high LDL is a marker for heart disease, because of the stuff that runs with it is the what's actually doing the damage or something like that. But there's hey, Zen's here.
So
can you hear us, dude?
Me?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I think you gotta turn your YouTube off on that side.
Yeah. Give me a show. Let me do that.
We hear you good.
Okay, yeah,
but I hear me through your phone.
a little bit of an echo.
Yeah.
Is there really? I'm wearing headphones.
Zen, you are?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? I think it's clear. I think we're good.
We're good. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, dude?
Gregor?
Oh, it's doubling for some reason.
Yeah, I still got a little bit of a doubling.
Oh, shit. I closed the cap. Let me see if I can force.
Hey, Nick George is here too. What's up, dude?
Hey,
How's it going, man?
good. How are you doing?
Good. We're just going over some Dr. Gregor stuff, and I don't know if you saw the last week. I don't know if you saw the episode, but
I didn't.
Our buddy Jason Swartz came over
Oh,
and warned us vegans about being deficient in or having lopsided omega ratios, and he omitted quite a bit and cherry picked quite a bit. And we were Braxton had done a little bit of research. Allie's definitely well researched on this. If she was on the show, she would have been able to challenge him on some of the things. She's a little bit, yeah. But
Testing. Is it still
well,
doubling?
I don't have any of those issues.
we hear you good now, Zen.
It's not doubling anymore.
Sounds okay now.
Okay. All right. Let me know if it does that again. I might leave and come back. But we should.
I just did it again.
It does it every once in a while. Maybe it'll smooth out.
Let me leave and invite me back.
Okay. So yeah, I think Jason's doing a live stream right now about your guys's.
Oh my gosh, man. He put 5
He's
hours
done
and
like 6 or
45
7 of
minutes
them.
into the last one. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we obviously have to get together because that, you know, I don't want to do the same thing back to him. I would rather just have a conversation, you know.
Yeah.
It's a lot more efficient. But your show, man, like, or that debate, some of those ideas came out of me while we were in the middle of the debate. They weren't things that I had spent a lot of time on, and now I have. And the stuff I'm digging up here is pretty wicked.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk to you, and now that I've had some time to think. So what I got from so to anyone who didn't see it, I held a discussion between Nick George and Jason Suarez about is veganism or is Christianity against veganism, just because I've had so many Christian people call me names and say I'm going to hell and all this stuff for pushing veganism. So I was like, I might as well get some people in the room. And so what my biggest takeaway from that was, so there were like vegans back then? I didn't know that. Like,
I know
there's actual like real conversation about this in the Bible. Like, that's blowing my mind. And that's kind of why I wanted to get you guys together, because I knew there was something there, and like no one's really like
I didn't know what was
explained
there
it to me
until
yet.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm glad I gave him the floor for the first hour, because he basically made the argument against Christians being meat eaters if they're trying to get from point A to point B, which is the kingdom that they say they seek. You know, they're being walked right into a black magic kind of psychological operation where they're told that this is impermissible and they weren't built for this, and then they're being walked right into it and saying, but go ahead, accept your punishment. And then when the hero comes back, he'll tell you when it's time to enter the kingdom of heaven, and then you can start eating the way you originally were built to eat. And after you've seen these discoveries happen hundreds of times in the New Testament, and with the hiding of people that can't be hidden, like Apollonius of Tyana. Where is he in the Bible? There's no way he couldn't be in the Bible unless it's trying to hide him. It had to. He was the most famous person in the first century, and he's nowhere there. And his diet is the reason that they couldn't have Apollonius in there, because Apollonius was teaching Pythagoreanism, and that's the big secret. Pythagoras was the original teacher of righteousness in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and his vegan teachings end governments and criminal organizations. They're anti-money. So like, we're talking about a revolution in human consciousness that's 2,500 years overdue because of 2 software patches that have been distributed to the public through these Saturnine shrines that we call churches. And I wouldn't know that unless I'd read a book called The Cult of the Black Cube by Arthur Moros. But those are shrines that they're like power plants, but they're parasitic. And on your show, I discovered that when they're asking this literary invention that never existed as a human into their soul, into their heart, that's a lower being than a soul. And they're asking it in, and then they're taking indoctrination that was the opposite of the crucified persons. That's pro-money, that's pro-meat eating, and it's pro-mind control government. And so this is beyond just, this is beyond a choice, a belief. This is a nefarious psychological operation to change the gut bacteria of the masses so that their consciousness is parasitic and that they stay on the meat and the money and the blood and the mind control. They almost want it, and they do, they crave it, and they can't imagine a life without those components. And the revolution, the next revolution in consciousness, lies in the discovery of why they were hiding the righteous teacher this whole time, Pythagoras, and what about his diet turns us into creatures that can easily live to be over 100 years old and not be sick the whole time. And why was it hidden from us? There's something deep going on there, and if we discover it, we see that the revolution we all want in our lifetime. Is my gut belief.
there was like a point. What was it? He was like, "Oh, so and so said this, and so said this," and you were like, "So and so, it is, Lucifer or something like that." He was actually like low key the devil. You find out later on or something like that, and do you have sound? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You might have
Okay.
cut out a little bit, but go ahead. Loki is where I lost you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you. So I was just blown away that there was actual any kind of discussion of this type of stuff, to be had inside the Bible. And like Jason, I was watching. So in the lead up to the debates with Garland Farm, Garland and Jason were doing live streams like every day and looking at like everything on my YouTube, and they were watching the Mark Passio carnism, the what is it called, carnism, the dogmatic religion of carnism. Yeah.
That was an important part of my discovery.
It was a pretty funny video because they're filming themselves listen to it, and you could kind of watch it like blowing their minds, and like they stop at one point and Jason just has this speech where he's like, we're being punished for our sins by having to devour innocent beings, and that's just like how things are, and that's we have to accept it. And I was just like, what is this guy? This guy's nuts. Like, well, that's crazy.
But if you are into the research of what I'm starting to figure out is called demonology, it's not crazy. It's a possession, and it's a possession that the soul has to walk into of its own free will.
A blood death cult.
Yes,
sacrificing billions of animals every day. Not for just that, for like trivial novelty, a few seconds of, oh, this tastes good. Like, it's completely wild.
Also acquiesces the mind to other forms of fear and coercion. So like money, I don't think that money would be what it is today if they hadn't also gone after us with the alchemical biological weaponry of changing our gut bacteria through flesh and blood consumption. I think it all goes together as part of a very sinister program that has to work synchronistically with what the Sons of Light and the Dead Sea Scrolls referred to as the three nets of Belial. And once you research that key that pearl that I just gave everybody, the three nets of Belial, it just goes, because you realize that the Pauline doctrine is the three nets. He's literally using the nets to capture men and make them have the consciousness of fishermen to catch other fish, and the same nets of blood and meat and government control and monetary participation and a monetary mindset. And what money does to the mind has been documented by the most important occultists in the world. They changed the tarot deck because of money. They flipped the 8th and 11th card because justice is no longer a prerequisite for strength. Now justice is determined by whoever is the strongest, and that whole path and consciousness was flipped on its head by the monetary interests that are really just less than 1% of our human experience. That we haven't been doing this for that long. There's still time to reverse it, but the meat and the money go together, and they both turn you into the same kind of werewolf.
Yeah, well, you can't have meat without money. It's completely economically psychotic to grow animals to eat, like financially, having to feed, or having the land, having to feed them, paying attention to them, the water, the medical attention, like everything, like it doesn't add up. That's why the state subsidizes these things. And what you're talking about is statism has been around, since Bible days. And it's been, the eternal struggle, basically, of humanity versus statism. And it's all the same stuff. Meat eating it's the statist diet. And so that was pretty wild to hear that there was stuff in the Bible about that.
Yeah, I learned a lot just listening to him. I can't believe that he didn't realize he was making the argument against himself.
Well,
Just by
obviously,
introducing
because he's
us all.
made 16 videos since he's done that one,
And well,
trying
you
to
know,
pick apart. That's what those
right.
guys do.
Well, the last video, he basically called. I know he didn't mean to do this, and I'm putting some things together, but he called me a heretic because of my Pythagorean beliefs, and said that the reason that Pythagoreans don't have churches is because the whole entire concept of Pythagoreanism is heretical, and so no church would have it. But the Pythagorean teachings were that you don't try to commune with the creator of souls in a temple built by the hands of men. And this was a curious parallel that I found with the Essenes, the Ebionites, because they wouldn't worship in a temple built by the hands of men. And no one ever told us that the original movement was Pythagorean, because they wanted us to take a left turn at Albuquerque thinking that they were Jewish, which doesn't line up with their diet because they were vegan. So the answer is it's Pythagoreanism is the most dangerous thing that the monetary interests and the meat eating interests have ever dealt with. No one ever was as dangerous as that guy. They made sure that we didn't know crap if they could have gotten away with it. But the more you research him, the more you find out that he was probably one of the smartest men that ever lived, and he invented nothing. He just transferred information to us that he had borrowed from Egyptians, that he had got initiated into this knowledge and then shared it with people. And so you'll see people go after Pythagoras by saying, oh, he didn't invent the Pythagorean theorem. Well, he never claimed to. He just brought it to the Western world. But quit attacking the messenger. Why does everybody try to pick apart Pythagoras and make him look crazy? It's the diet that's important. It's the diet that transforms you into your best possible self, and keeps your lens as clean as possible, so that you can make better decisions, and so that you're not just wanting to kill yourself all the time like a lot of people are. And a lot of people don't realize that their problem is alchemical, and they're feeding a colony of consciousness that is not in line with the one that they're after. It's parasitic. And when you've got billions of parasites living in you, you start to think like one.
I was for sure more aggressive of a person as a meat eater, like clearly.
I think I'm more dangerous as a vegan, but I'm definitely not as aggressive, and I don't start anything because I'm healthier.
Yeah.
I mean, more dangerous to somebody that was a threat. You know?
What's up, Zen?
Yo, love the conversation. I love. I'm not sure met before. What is your name? The older gentleman.
My name is Nicholas.
Nick. I love
Yes.
I love what you're saying. You're saying a lot of it is like over my head, and I love when I meet people that have vegan arguments that I've never heard, and I need to research. So I really appreciate that.
No problem, man. Thanks for saying so. It's a thankless, it's thankless, moneyless work, but it makes me glow inside to hear thank yous. So thank you.
Well, here's the thank you, Pastafarian ramen, my friends. And if you can't tell where I'm from, I'm sure you can figure it out. Yeah. Is my audio that's still
doubling. Yeah, it's still doubling.
We can make out most of what you're saying, but it's kind of little.
It might be the mic on your phone might be on as well as the one on your ears, so you might have to disable one. But yeah.
Good to meet you.
Let me try this.
Hey,
Is
that
this
sounds
better?
Yeah, that sounds way better.
All right. Well, screw the headphones then. This will work.
So what do you guys want to talk about?
What's that?
What do you guys want to
Oh,
talk
it's
about?
just open discussion. You got anything you want to talk about?
I think I just took too much time. I mean, I think
No,
I just took everybody's time, so I'm going to shut up for a minute. But
We got 2 more hours. We're just waiting for other people to show up. But what were we doing?
this is a consistent conspiracy. Is the overall point that I want to make? It may have been the first type of biological weapon that we've ever faced by governments. Was the designer and purposefully nefarious diet that we were given as a culture through our religion might have been one of the first biological weapons for political control that was used. And if I would like to have that debate with anybody on the meat eating side that doesn't agree with it, because now I've got so much evidence because of Jason. I'm so happy to have somebody that he's just given me so much ammunition that I wasn't even looking for. And now I see a very purposeful conspiracy to turn us all into meat eaters. And we're
well,
not
that's
meat eaters.
it was funny because they kept, you know, when I do a debate, I'll sometimes take videos down from my YouTube with like my good arguments because I don't want to give away all my stuff. But those two, Garland and Jason, they just live stream all day and they hand you everything, you know, ahead of time.
I know.
And when me and Allie were researching to do the debate, the debates, like we were like we're experts at that now because of him, you know, like there's no one can touch us on this stuff now because of them. And we were able to make content, you know, pointing out that they were being dishonest, basically,
Yeah.
you know, and that's a farmer doing that, you know, like it's pretty wild.
Well, he's
Like
got
I
a
went
lot
on
at
there, they were
stake.
live streaming one night talking about Bill Gates because I had used, you know, we used some study that was one of the 700 donors was Bill Gates. And so in the first debate, Garland was like, oh, Bill Gates, you know. And so the next week, him and Jason were doing a video and they were talking about Bill Gates pushing veganism and all this stuff. And so I went on there and I read this transcript from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, like on the front page of their website about how much cattle in the world they own.
Wow.
and like went on there and like they were completely blown away. Dude like never knew that Bill Gates even owned a cattle, you know, and turns out he owns most of the cattle in Southeast Asia and most of the cattle in Africa, and like he's been feeding, you know, and like
Specifically stated they don't plan on pulling back on their investments.
yeah,
and
like
cattle
they're
farming.
only gonna
They
do
explicitly
more, you
stated.
know, and
Yeah,
like these
yeah.
dudes, they
Doesn't
just leave
sound
the
vegan to me. at
No,
all.
nobody
they
that
just leave
poisons that
themselves
much.
open.
Nobody that poisons that many plants and vegetables and then tries to repackage them and give them to humans is vegan, because vegan is all about a consciousness that wouldn't do that to somebody. So, and then when the meat eaters point to that as their best argument for the government wanting to control our minds by turning us vegan, I want to have that debate with somebody, because I've got evidence in their Bible that that they're stepping into a black magic covenant. That this is an old plan, and this isn't something that somebody just figured out not too long ago. They're so far ahead of us in this knowledge, this alchemical knowledge of controlling us through our first brain, and it's called the first brain for a reason. And they've been leading us around like a bull by the nose by our first brain, and keeping us in these loops of thought that an intelligent vegan wouldn't get stuck in. And that's why they keep falling back to the Bill Gates thing, because they don't even have an example of a healthy vegan in their life. So they pick out Bill Gates. It doesn't, he's not even vegan. And just because he makes fake meat, they think like they only think of meat and fake meat. That's a really small false frame of reference they're using.
Mm-hmm.
And he funded a company that makes meat, you know, like it wasn't even he set out to start the business, you know, and but yeah. And then like everybody's like, oh, he owns most of the farmland in the USA. I love that one. When you go look up that, it's like he owns, there's like 900 billion acres in the USA, and he owns like 200,000. Like it's like 0.0002% of the land in the USA. There's, I mean, peak funniness is when these guys say that it's our fault for bugs, bugs, you know.
Yeah, that's
it's
just
like
ridiculous.
You guys realize, like, no, like
eating bugs.
I mean, do you not see? Do you not see that there might be a connection between them nefariously letting us think that John the Baptist ate locusts, and then this seemingly surprising switch to making us eat bugs? I mean, I haven't ever. Go ahead.
Sorry, keep going.
Well, I don't know. I just never I never was able to put my finger on why the propaganda regarding the locust eating, and we find out that was a translation error, because it was very close to a word that meant carob bean, and so in Greek. But everything that I've found in the Bible isn't so much a mistake as it's a form of pesher or black magic that's not understood by people that haven't done the research. And so I haven't really tackled this too deeply, but I don't think there's an accident there that the deep state put John the Baptist eating bugs. And I think it's somehow connected to what they're doing now, because they made it okay in the Bible first.
One thing I wanted to ask, because manna, right? Isn't manna...
It's a fungus
came from the sky? Isn't that algae? Like, I knew that since I was a kid.
It had to have been something like really rich like that, like a fungus or an algae. But algae and fungus aren't really plant life. They consume oxygen and spit out carbon dioxide, which makes them weird in the plant world. Human-like.
That manna thing, I heard kind of a weird like theory on that. I can't remember the dude's name, but he gets into like the whole Christ consciousness, like the idea that the Bible was supposed to be kind of like an alchemical guide for like the whole, I guess, the process of like internal alchemy. But I heard the idea that like manna might be like that essence, I guess, that you kind of like when you go through like the fasting and kind of cleansing the temple sort of process. Like I've heard that, but that's kind of the idea that I gathered about what manna might be, but I'm not super well versed on the Bible though.
I personally believe that it was mushrooms, that they were popping right out of the soil in the morning from whatever moisture might be dispersing, and that they were eating. Now, if it's even true, but most of what I'm finding out is that it's 80% truth with a rudder on it that's adversarial to its original intention. The 20% is interpolated BS that literally turns the original teaching on its head, but leaves plenty of clues about what the original teaching was while it's doing it. So I don't know if anybody's ever noticed the diet of Daniel being in conflict with anything else written about Jewish diet. But he obviously wasn't following any of the laws of the Old Testament in his diet. He was purely vegan. And the people who give us the version of Daniel that we have right now never mention Pythagoras anywhere in that Bible. And it was written after Pythagoras had already made the impact that he made. Like the very first Bible was Ezra making it for a mafia called the Maccabees. And they made it in about 500 BC after Pythagoras had already been on the scene for 67 years. So he was already public enemy number one for the state and the bank. So the mafia definitely didn't like him. And when they put the Bible together, they left him out of it. And they monetized his teachings and made him pro-meat eating. But they still weren't evil enough to tell you could eat the pig yet. And there's a reason for that, because the pig is we are the only
close to us.
We are the only primate that has a pig's digestive system.
Yeah.
And that's just weird.
I'll send you a video. This channel called Mind Unveiled, he does a whole video on pigs, and it's mind blowing. But the manna thing was weird. Yeah, pigs, super scary. Man, I used to have a business converting diesels to vegetable oil and biodiesel, and like I would put diesel engines in cars and convert them and stuff like that. And the fastest way to make biodiesel from scratch is algae, and you just make it in open vats in the sun. It's so like it makes sense if people who didn't know what it was, or it just pops up every morning, if anything with water in it, has this green stuff every morning, they'd think it was falling from the sky, probably,
Right.
And it's very it's very nutritious. So
that's what leads me to believe that it was
live
mushrooms.
off of it.
Right.
Yeah. And it's just like the algae grows fast, mushrooms pop up overnight, like if you didn't know, you might think they're falling from the sky, because I think that's what they kept saying. It was coming down from the sky.
Right.
But interesting stuff.
Definitely. But, as much as I want to promote that document because there's a lot of truth in it, I'm finding out that there's a reason why every single prophet that it speaks about, and many of the ones that it hides from us completely, they all had the same personal rules. Rule number one was they didn't write anything down because they knew it would be corrupted by the interests that they were working against. So everything had to be put on the heart, word of mouth, memorized, so that, you know, and these people were passionate enough to where they didn't have to write things down because they were memorizing everything. And so we don't have any writings from Pythagoras. We don't have any Druidic writings. We don't have any writings from any prophet that you can think of. They just, because they all followed that rule. So the fact that we have writings is kind of suspect just from that position.
Definitely.
And you have to look at the hand that's distributing whatever the material is, and see who's winning there, and who's financially benefiting from it. And I don't know. I definitely can't endorse that book, knowing that it starts people off with the wrong diet, and then teaches you to acquiesce to your to entities that don't have your best interest in mind, but tells you to submit anyway. And I know at least enough to know that we have free will, and what love means, and how those two things are synonymous. And ever since I turned vegan 7 years ago, it's even clearer to me what the rules of free will and coercion versus coercion of any kind are. And meat in and of itself is a form of coercion, because you've taken that from something that, anyway. That's not why I'm a vegan. I'm a vegan because of the whole alchemical gut bacteria thing.
It's coercion because it's forced on you when you're a child and you have no choice. You know, and by the time you grow up, it's completely a part of your tradition. That's why people have such a hard time giving it up.
It's that's what I mean. It's so evil that they put it on kids before they can even defend themselves. And
yeah,
it just
the
goes
libertarians
on.
really don't like when I say that stuff, because they're all about not having stuff forced on them. And it's like, well, you had this diet forced on you when you were a kid, you know, and like a lot of kids don't like meat, and like a lot of kids, you know, Allie didn't like meat until one of her family members started, you know, like shoving it down her throat at some point, you know. And like my daughter, I know when she was 3, you know, we're at the petting zoo. I'm like, you know, do you want to eat these animals? And she's like, no, you know, and like, and then, you know, by the time she went to 1 year of school, you know, she's like, oh, meat gives me muscles, you know, and like, it's psycho crazy brainwashing. Like, it's really wild.
Yeah.
It's especially wild when you have kids and you watch that happen. And
If you don't believe if you don't believe in the soul, it's easy to justify. You know, but if you do believe in the soul, then you can't say that animals don't also possess something like that. And once you understand free will, there's a huge problem there, because the animal doesn't want to give you that, and you're taking it. Whereas the food that we grow out of the ground, whether it's permacultured and it's been there forever, it's there for animals to eat, you know. Unlike animals being bred to be eaten, that violates the rules of free will, that a soul is supposed to. Again, you have to believe in the soul for any of this to matter. But I think that these two arguments need to get combined, because if your vegan argument is devoid of the fact that we are divine souls, you know, you can admit. Unified in a mission here that was similar to that of Pythagoras, trying to shorten our cycles here, shorten the amount of trips we have to come back before we figure out whatever the hell it is we're here to figure out. That we need to help each other understand that, along with the reasons why Pythagoras wouldn't touch meat, and why James, the brother of our Lord, whoever the crucified person was, why James never touched meat. And there's a reason why these guys were following this teaching that also Apollonius of Tyana, who was neither a Christian nor he was a Pythagorean, a self-proclaimed Pythagorean. That's another clue where I found out that they were hiding this diet, this teaching, and it's the faster you can absorb it, the smarter you're going to be, and you're going to find out it's almost impossible to separate the research into the Pythagorean understanding of the soul from the vegan argument for why you do that. so that you can easier to connect to the Ethernet on the other side. You lose that connection when you eat meat, and that's why it's part of the Christian indoctrination. So all those things are very important to understand. Demons do exist. They can be created by black magicians, and they can be literary inventions that can come indwell in your body. But they even those things have to follow this bill of rights that souls have, and it doesn't matter what who you talk to on any side of the world that knows the information I know. They'll all tell you the same thing. Or any hypnotist that's ever put people in the deepest state of hypnosis will tell you that all subjects report that free will is the most paramount rule in the hereafter, that no one violates that rule. You can't even do it if you wanted to. And so once you start to wrap your mind around that type of consciousness that's being shared in a community, you start wanting to bring it here. And veganism is just the first step in bringing that consciousness here. And then it's getting rid of the lifeblood of criminal organizations, which is money. And once you've eliminated those two components, our communities come back almost overnight.
Yeah, I mean, we like we allegedly used to like feed off the ether, and like we allegedly used to have more like ESP type of things. Even these days, like the more I'm around this girl and the more I'm around people, like the longer I'm around people, I start like something starts happening, like where like it happens to us all the time. Like we'll be like literally reading each other's thoughts, and it's really strange. I've seen it happen throughout my life, and like, who knows why, we aren't better in tune with these powers and whatever else, what other kind of energies there are out there. Clearly it would have to do, if they were trying to subdue stuff like that, it would be through gut flora, through our diets, through, whatever energy they have out here. Stuff they can blow up buildings with. Whatever kinds of
we have to know
things.
what they know. We have to know what they know. We don't have to know everything they know, but you at least need to know what game we're in the middle of, and part of that is understanding why they've designed these systems of mind control against us. Because once you start to pick at this thing, you have rocket fuel in your blood, in your veins all of a sudden for more research. And it's just, it changes you. And I don't know, I can retain more information. My memory is far better as a vegan than it was as a meat eater. I used to get stuck in loop thinking more as a meat eater, and behaviors that weren't good for me, but I just kept repeating them. And as a vegan, you become a lot more sensitive to that stuff. You learn to muscle test yourself in a way. If anybody knows what I'm talking about with muscle testing, you begin to develop a sympathy for yourself that you didn't have as a meat eater. So it's chemical warfare and spiritual warfare all around us. And there's nothing more important than gathering as much knowledge as you can, and then doing what we're doing right now and transmuting it into wisdom.
Word. Zen, did you figure your mic out?
Hey, listen, I'm at work, and I have to go. I'm getting people.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Yeah, it was great. I'd love to step in next Friday, but let's
I'm gonna talk to Jason again. We'll do something in the next week or two.
Sounds great, man. I'm looking forward
Cool,
to
man.
it. Nice to meet
Peace.
you guys. See you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Woo.
Really interesting, deep topics he's getting into.
Yeah, no, it was because like I didn't really know what I was getting into doing that debate, because I didn't know if it was gonna be over in a minute or go on for months. And I didn't know if anything interesting was going to come out of it. And there was a lot of interesting stuff after the fact. I thought about it for a while. I was like, holy shit, I didn't expect any of that conversation to even happen. So obviously, like I knew there was something missing. There had to be something there. And then, you know, I don't know if you watched it. It's pretty interesting. Like it was just kind of their first, you know, little sparring session at like what they know. And it was pretty interesting. Jason today is doing he live streamed today about it for like he's trying. I don't know. I haven't watched any of them, but he's going back over their conversation and probably adding a bunch of stuff. But yeah, so yeah, that was that. And then afterwards, I was like kind of overwhelmed. And after like the day after I thought about it, I was like, whoa, there were vegans in the Bible. Like, holy crap. Like, that's
Yeah,
nuts. Because I knew that there were like, there were some old, some ancient Hindus were vegan, and like, some of the Romans, and who else? The Hindus and the Greek, the old ancient Greeks were vegan. But yeah, so that was interesting because I didn't know if there was. I thought they were just going to be like speculating about what things mean and stuff, but it was like, oh no, both of these guys, the anti guy is admitting that yes, there was veganism in the Bible. So it was like, oh shit, that's fucking news to me,
Revelatory.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, but yeah,
it's kind of interesting you mentioned Apollonius. So there's this book that I read way back, probably just a few years ago, but it's called The Emerald Tablet: Alchemy of Personal Transformation by Dennis William Hawk. And I actually heard about that from Richard Grove too, like when did that little thing with autonomy. But one of his book recommendations was that book, and I was kind of mentioning to you guys like a little bit ago that I was kind of I was kind of borderline new age when I was first getting into veganism. And so part of that was like this like St. Julian whatever guy on YouTube that he kind of gets into that like spiritual alchemy type stuff. Well, I had some of his ideas that like he was talking about, like there's this video Jim Carrey revealed like the ultimate secret of the Bible or something, and he was saying that like when you fast and when you go through these little processes like with the moon cycle and all this stuff, it's supposed to like get into that kind of kundalini type thing where you get that like Christ consciousness awakening, I guess.
Get in with the ley lines and everything.
I guess, yeah, I've heard a little bit about that stuff, but I haven't gotten too deep into it. Yeah. But that was interesting because I was reading this this Emerald Tablet book, and they mentioned Apollonius, and they were kind of getting into the idea of like every letter of this word, it's an acronym, vitriol, the word vitriol. Every letter is like a step in the alchemical process, and one of them correlates with like becoming like the virgin spirit, I guess. And that's I was kind of tying together the idea that like when you go vegan and when you kind of clear up your energy, you get more in tune with nature, and so you have that like virgin spirit where like animals wouldn't see you as a threat when you're out in nature, that kind of stuff. So that's really interesting.
Hell yeah. What's up, Jeremy?
How's it going, guys?
How you been? How's your week?
Pretty okay. What's been going on? I don't know. I should have a lot of online job interviews soon.
Oh, are you
probably
in
starting
Korea?
right after the new year?
Are you in Korea?
No. In order to go back to Korea, I got my my FBI check results recently, and so.
Ooh, is there anything cool on that?
Nothing cool on that. No,
they didn't find it. You were not on any lists.
It's nice and boring. So
they're like, he's vegan. That's it. We just know he's vegan. Those vegans may become trouble at some point.
Yeah, well, there's cool. There's no Wayne Hyseong shit in there. There's no liberation activities that would prevent me from getting overseas work visa.
I wouldn't say that's here.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So got a haircut today.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
What so that was okay, so you can explain what's the trait thing? The trait argument, the vegan argument, the explaining what comparing
Name the
trait? Huh?
Name the
They
trait.
name the trait.
Name the trait? Yeah, explain that. I don't there was the podcast we were on or that we were watching yesterday,
Mhm.
and she was talking about how like that's like the ultimate way of dealing with engaging with a carnist in a debate.
Yeah, and Jerome had an interesting comment in there.
Where's that fool?
He wrote
He was in here for a little bit.
in the chat, name the trait isn't an argument, it's a conversational technique or something like that.
Yeah.
It's fine. This philosophical distinction, like
It's like
There's not
nonviolent communication.
there's not actually a really tight, clear, like a philosophical argument from premises to conclusion that's going on with name the trait. I see what he's saying.
I remember Vegan Gaines was using that for a little bit. Like it was a big part of his debates. Who's that one dude that he was like? It was kind of like his tag team partner in debating that.
The Jewish doctor kid.
Might have been, yeah. He was like his like dad was a doctor or something.
No, the other kid, the doctor, the damn it. I was doing this was like 6 months ago. I could have told you all this stuff.
Oh, the stuff I'm talking about was like back in like I want to say like 2017 or something, but they had like a whole
Destiny?
Oh no.
It might be.
Oh,
That sounds
really?
familiar.
Another
Because
shooting.
they had like a whole logical system where I think you could even like type in certain keywords or something like that, but it would bring up like fallacies, and they were also getting into like can you name the trait? And they were really trying to like nail it down, like what's the trait that
Dr. Avi, yeah.
Yeah, I remember him, but trying to think.
Avi's done a bunch of cool videos.
Yeah. I think I kind of stopped following them when they started getting into the whole like pro pushing the vax sort of thing. On that kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Avi did?
It might have been both. The Vegan Gaines was like saying like his mom's like a nurse or something like that, and because of that he was like super pro vax, and I was like, you're kind of not the kind of company I want to keep right now.
Yeah, that's funny.
Boo.
But yeah, those. I mean, Avi's a doctor. Avi's a doctor, like legit, like hospital doctor. So, like Avi did. There's cool. What was him debating? What's the other? There's too many vegan guys these days. They're too hard to describe. But yeah, Mike the vegan. Yeah, he was like had a debate with Mike the vegan about because Mike the vegan was telling people that the vegan diet like reverses heart disease, and it does it like in. They
can slow/stop.
It can slow, yeah.
It's one of those little nitpicky
it was like a
things.
technicality.
Yeah, it was like a tiny
his
technicality.
Analysis of the clinical research was a little off the way he was.
And then
saying in his videos.
Avi helped prep the guy who did the Game Changers movie. He helped prep him for going into Rogan to debate what was that guy's name? A guy did a documentary about how Game Changers was full of shit, basically.
Okay.
And so they actually debated on Rogan, and homie destroyed the house for the vegan argument. He even had Rogan backing him up because the dude just like lied too much. Typical like steroid metard guy, carnivore metard guy. I don't remember the guy's name. I knew his name for a while, but yeah, Avi's a beast, pretty smart dude. But but yeah, of course, there's we can't get along. We're never going to agree with everything of anyone you come across. There's always going to be some shit you don't agree with.
I think I kind of agree with what Race is saying here. The argument from marginal cases. It can kind of go either way. Name the trait. It's like it's either going to come down to some general appeal to deontological absolute rule following, or to consequentialist trade-off of considerations. You don't know which way somebody is really trying to make it go when they just say that they're using name the trait. So it's either trying to get somebody to say, okay, I have this absolutist prohibition against ever murdering a human, and then you're trying to get them to acknowledge that they can't come up with any plausible trait that distinguishes the most marginal humans from non-human animals, like say a pig, in order to try to get them to extend their absolutist objection to say killing a human to the non-human, include the non-human in that absolute claim.
So in a way, you're like comparing that humans and animals are similar in what they want in life and how they're made up, and obviously they would want to continue living and stuff like that.
From the marginal human who is no more sentient than the average pig or something like that. So you could be trying to play upon this absolutist deontic claim about human rights to the non-human, or you could be going in the consequentialist direction and trying to get somebody to recognize that even for a human without a high level of cognitive ability, the experience of torture and terror is much more morally significant, much worse. It outweighs the benefit that somebody would get out of torturing and killing that human. To the consequentialist place of consequentialist vegan arguments that what we're gaining from treating non-human animals in these ways is trivial compared to what the badness that we're making them experience. So the actual crux of the argument is still going to be just either some kind of plain old absolutist granting of rights, or some kind of weighing up of consequences. And so the name the trait itself is like a conversational way of getting to blank, and blank can still be ethically whatever. the entire variety of ways that people try to defend veganism. But I think that's what Jerome is kind of getting at. You don't actually know from the name the trait itself what argument somebody is going to try to make.
You got it.
And I think it gets a little too technical too, because it's like, the whole idea of trying to persuade somebody, to get them to come to the conclusion that they should be vegan. People are making it a little too logical to the point where it's like, if you feign your point in a debate, it's like that's the reason why you should go vegan, versus actually like having a realization that your actions are causing harm to innocent beings. It's like, if there's just some little tiny thing where it's like, oh, you got me here, okay, I guess I gotta go vegan. It's like, that's not really coming from a genuine place. That was kind of my issue that I had with that.
Well, I think there ought to be a little more, not a little more, a lot more recognition of the typical human psychology, along with the explicit philosophical argument. You know, you don't have to give up one in order to participate in the other. I mean, the pretty well established fact that people often become more receptive to like explicit ethical argumentation for a behavioral change when they actually are already mostly participating in the behavioral change, right? You know, that it often works for us that we start to change our behavior for whatever reason, just like a significant other or some kind of selfish reason, or just for the hell of it, especially when we're very young, right? Just trying something out. And then after we know that we can do it, then we become like the higher level cognitive parts of our mind become more receptive to the logically defensible reasons for it. It's much more common to, you know, it works that way a lot more often than it works in the direction of sitting and figuring out what's logically defensible, and then after you completely reach that conclusion, then deciding to change your life to match your ethical reasoning, right? You don't have to like give up on the philosophy and be irrational in order to accept that truth about human psychology and social structure. You know, the reason why more people couldn't become strongly anti-slavery 200 years ago is basically that it's not that the sufficient philosophical arguments didn't exist then. They very much did for any educated person, right? But in a society where it was a lot harder to live your life in a way that not just didn't involve personally owning slaves, but that took a strong active stand against the institution of slavery. It was hard back then, and the fact that it was hard to walk the walk is what made it hard to think the think, even though all the thinking parts were already available. And especially when we're advocating to other people, losing sight of that psychological facts is a pretty bad idea. You're not going to be effective. Listening to Tobias Leonhardt is really good for this.
Wait, who is that?
He's a Belgian guy. He's been at activism for a while. He's about 50 years old, and he's very, very evidence-based in terms of what tends to be most effective in changing people.
Zen can this guy Zen right here, he can hypnotize people into being vegan.
Yeah.
Useful skill.
Is there a relationship between susceptibility to hypnotism and aphantasia, or degree of like sensory imagery? Because I'm about completely aphantasic in all senses.
Like, do you think it wouldn't work on you?
For voices, but not even any other sounds. I don't have any sensory imagination.
Like ASMR doesn't work on you?
No, yeah, it doesn't work on me.
You don't feel weird at all listening to ASMR or anything like that.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some sort of like failure rate with hypnotism, like that they just don't tell us, like it can't work all the time, or else there'd be like hypnotism places everywhere, like I don't know, like.
Well, and I mean, Zen can talk about this when he's here. With the vegan hypnotism, it's like for people who are already kind of on their way. It's not for like someone who's like
if you want to do it,
anti, vegan meat person.
It's like if you want to do it and just the last bit of willpower you need, you're like struggling with. I think he can figure out how to help you with that. But real hypnotism, I mean, I don't know. It seems sus to me, but allegedly it can work. But I'd imagine there is like a large group of people that aren't susceptible to it. I know I must be, because like I don't know. The ASMR stuff makes me all like.
Yeah, it depends what they're saying, if I'm closing my eyes and somebody's saying, or I'm looking at the fixation object or whatever, and they're saying, Jeremy, imagine yourself, on a peaceful beach, and then there's a pig there, I'm not. There's no image of the beach. There's no sound of the beach. If the hypnotist is trying to embellish it and going like the waves are gently rolling and the warm sun is beating down, there's none of that. There's nothing like that. There's no image of a pig. There's just that. I'm just thinking about the abstract concepts when somebody's saying something like that. So if actually calling forth the sensory stimulus that the hypnotist is speaking about is instrumental to its effectiveness, then it's not going to work at all.
What about like the word? Like, do you think of like the text of the word, like perhaps, or like does that ever?
Not visually.
Yeah, like not like thinking of like the actual characters.
Not like a picture of it in a certain font on the paper. No. The only thing there might be when thinking about words is like a motor priming. Like I'm getting ready to write it. Either I'm kind of mentally preparing to either type it or write it by hand, something like that. But it's not visual or anything.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So,
what do you think it is?
I'd like to know.
Why do you think you're like that?
Why do I think
like this?
Why y'all messed up?
Well, as a personal intuitive thing, this comes up a lot. People seem to think that we feel like we have a disability, but we actually feel like this is completely normal, and it's really crazy that a majority of people hallucinate when they think about things, or can't just think about things, but have these sensory hallucinations as part of what thought means. That's so wild. And
Allie gets very immersed.
Yeah, I don't want that. But
what about recalling a memory, let's say, of an event,
or a smell that reminds can you is there are memories attached to smells or music or anything like that?
Well, kind of, but then they don't call up the memories as senses. They don't call up the sights and sounds and smells of the memory, but it's just thinking of remembering something or just abstractly thinking about something is the fact about it, knowing the fact about it, all sorts of related facts, whether it's somebody's face or some moment from whatever point in my life.
Did you dabble in lots of hallucinogens at any point?
Not a lot. But,
well, how much is a lot?
But some. I don't mean not a lot at one given point. That's also true, but not many times either. Yeah, a few times, several years ago, and so I know what kind of artificially generated hallucination is, and I know what a vivid dream is, and it's just waking thought or memory is nothing like those things.
That's interesting because all the time I'll literally will be like confused and I have to think. I'm like, wait, is that a memory or a dream? Like sometimes, like I'll say it to you. I'm like, because I'll have a mundane dream, and it's so mundane that it's close enough to real life to where it'll
Does
take
that
a
happen
second.
last week? Did
Yeah.
I do this?
Because it's just coming to me as if I was recalling a memory.
Yeah.
So it's just, that's wild.
Yeah, I think probably, I don't know evolutionarily these kind of traits that it's about in the 2% range. Maybe there's an actual evolutionary reason for it.
Yeah, some function.
I think it's pretty clear that aphantasics have substantially lower rates of PTSD and these kind of.
You can just deal with stuff.
You're like-
yeah, you're supposed to be a fighter. You're supposed to be a war fighter.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of veganism, when I was first really sinking in that, the way that watching Dominion is, I'm sorry right now, Phantasics that I'm talking to, but the way that watching it is, it's really hard when I'm doing it. But other people could just be reminded of the title and start having these images coming back into their minds.
Okay, I have a question. It might be a dumb one.
It's pretty fucking terrifying, but that's how 98% of people are, and it really shapes the way I think about, showing those things to people and their reaction over the subsequent days and weeks.
So you think it's something that just genetically is a part of you? It's not something that was learned by trauma or something like that?
Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever been any different.
Okay,
throughout my life. I didn't have any major childhood trauma, and I don't. There was never any.
Some people don't remember their childhood trauma, though.
The worst, well, maybe.
Some
even
people
if I think about the worst moments, there was. I don't think there was any point before that where it ever even occurred to me that this was a thing that other people could do. I was probably pretty close to 30 years old when I realized discovered online that the way I was weird, and that this whole way that most other people were existed. That's true of most aphantasics. We grow up thinking that when y'all are talking about visualizing stuff, like visualization in poetry, because I'm a big poetry lover and I've written some of my own. When y'all talk about like reading a novel and visualizing the scene and the characters and whatever, we just can't
do that.
We just grow up thinking that these are elaborate, like verbal metaphors that you're using, like imagery just means like getting really immersed in the story and thinking about it a lot or something like that. That's what it always meant to me. That this is just a metaphor in our language.
Wow, I've never even heard of that.
The story. I never realized it was actually visualization, like a hallucination, until I was like in my late 20s, and I came across
tripping balls all the time. That's insane.
Yeah, we all have this popping of the cherry when we read some other aphantasic talking about how late they came to this shocking conclusion.
So psychedelics didn't help?
Help what?
I've never hallucinated. Like I've never hallucinated. I've seen some weird stuff like moving, but like
they've given me sensory hallucinations, but then they didn't instill in me the weird, terrifying power to permanently think in hallucinations.
That's crazy. You're just like, what is going on
like
with all these people?
Flashbacks all the time. You're like,
yeah, flashbacks. That's so nuts. That's wild. What's up, Devin?
What's up, dude?
chilling. We're just all hanging out.
That reminds me of the fact that I can flex my inner ear. It's a talent that nobody can enjoy with me. I don't know if you guys know about that one.
You have to stick your pinky in your ear to feel it.
No, so it's actually a rumbling sound that you can trigger in your own head.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No, it literally sounds like the Force, like from Star Wars. It sounds like that background, like rumbling noise, and I can actually like do it on command.
Or
Yeah, when you
yawn.
yawn.
It happens when you like.
Yeah,
when I yawn,
you might hear it when you yawn or stretch or something like that. Yeah, or something to deal with your like your sinuses. But yeah, I can do it like whenever I want.
Weird. You guys are all weird, man.
You're like, I'm doing it right now.
I've always wondered what that's for, like, because it's just a weird, like, you can sit there and continuously kind of make it just go. It's like, am I about to move?
Yeah.
something? My mind tap into something.
Yeah, that's what I would do as a kid. I would just pretend that I had the Force, and I'd be like,
I'm gonna move this.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's funny. What's wrong with you, Braxton?
What do you mean?
So what's your special talent?
What's your 2% or 1% aberration? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, hearing you talk about the what was it, aphantasia? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the polar opposite for me, because like going up through school, like when I was younger, my like ADD, like tuning out, kind of just daydreaming. That was like always that was a core part of how I got through school.
Yeah. Meditation. We were meditating, bro.
Yeah.
We knew how to
Yeah.
meditate way better than anyone.
Yeah.
I meditated so hard I wrecked my bike once.
Damn, bro.
Active meditation.
Is meditation for phantasic like focusing your sensory imagination on the thing that you want? I thought I was under the impression that it involved like getting rid of sensory imagination and actually perceiving things that are like directly coming to your body without any sort of filter on it.
It's people trying to get to where you're at all the time, basically. It's just like,
Yeah,
turn off
shutting
the
everything
Shut
off.
out the outside
mental
stuff.
projections.
It's hard to do.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
But like I know like in school I did it a lot, and when I have to take long drives I do it a lot. Riding the bike with her, long rides, just completely zone out and be like, whoa, dude, just 40 minutes just went by like at the blink of an eye. It's like when you're driving and you don't look at the road for like 2 hours and you're like, holy shit, how did I just survive that?
You're like, did I
never
run
even
red
paying
lights?
attention or anything.
Yeah, like, did I stop?
Just super
Like, at stop
cruise
signs?
control. You're just like in the zone thinking of stuff. Like I'm always at my most creative when I have that like hour of just like, it was like, it's really good. Like when driving, like if you have to drive a couple hours, I would just like boof and like have all these ideas and write them down. It's weird, but yeah, that's not a superpower. I mean, maybe it is. And that's just, we're us ADD people who didn't fit, into the whole school thing.
Yeah,
maybe
who all here was diagnosed with ADD?
I flew under the radar until I was like 18, so I didn't get. Yeah, I managed to keep my creativity for a while without having the pills tamper with it for a bit.
I know,
I'm
man.
probably-
They
I'm
used to
probably
make me take
just
my
too
pill in
old,
front of the
yeah.
whole classroom. It was wild.
Ugh.
Like the nurse would call the class and she'd be like, tell Jeffrey to do is take his pill. And I'd go up in front of the fucking class. And they used to, I remember, it was like on a Molly trip. I remembered the name they used to call me and the name they used to call the pills I took, but then I forgot the next day.
Did you, was it Ritalin?
Yeah, Ritalin.
Old
And then they
school.
gave
Oh,
me
God,
Dianabin,
yeah.
which is an anti-seizure medicine.
Uh-huh.
And I would just drool on myself. But like in
Yeah,
school,
making you into a zombie.
yeah. And like I had teachers that got all pissed off because they were like, dude, this is like the most,
Yeah, I'm a little bit too
kid in the
old for
class,
it.
and you guys are just drugging him,
Luckily.
because he's not doing his homework. but yeah, I just think we're really good at meditating and we get a lot out of it. You know, like I zone out all the fucking time. My kid zones out. I watch him. I'm like, oh, you're zoning out, huh? And he's like, yeah. It's fun to just like, yeah, you know, that's, you know, like Allie gets really. Oh, did you play video games, Braxton?
Yeah,
I feel like people who read a lot of books.
I still play video games. Yeah.
People who read a lot of books and people who played a lot of video games are really good with like imagination compared to people that didn't. Because like books, like I grew up on a sailboat. I didn't have electricity, so I was reading novels really young. And like there was this guy Clive Cussler that was this this novelist that did all these like kind of like James Bondy kind of, but like more archaeological, like adventure, you know, like shoot 'em up adventure things where they're going and digging up, you know, like kind of like Indiana Jones. But there's like 30 big thick novels I read before I was like 14. And like I was fully having adult life in my head, you know, like really young. And like I go to school and they were like, oh, it's book report. And I like come in with like a stack of novels and they're like, holy shit, you know, like this kid's weird.
Meanwhile, they have to force kids to read The Hatchet.
You know? Oh, Hatchet was sick. Yeah. I remember Blue Dolphins. I didn't know that was about Catalina Island in California until recently. I was
reading
Where the
murder
Red Fern
mysteries,
Grows.
though, you know,
Where the Red Fern Grows. What else did they make us read? Weird, fucked up, like emotionally driven books.
Oh God, Bridge to Terabithia.
Bridge to Terabithia.
That's the
I didn't
traumatic.
like that book.
I was pretty young, maybe even too young for it. Younger than the character, maybe 8 or 9.
Yeah. Well, I remember like reading in those Clive Cussler books, there was always one sex scene. And I remember reading that shit and just being like, ah, like freaking out.
I mean, I really liked murder mysteries. I really loved Agatha Christie when I was about 10, 11 years old. Some of them, you know, are kind of conventional and just have like a sort of like stuffy English kind of like murder, but some of them get actually kind of emotionally intricate. So I was dealing with the adult themes, and then sometimes there'd be like the kids mystery recommended to me, and they're so
or remember
I could never
Reader's
stand it.
Digest, drama in real life in Reader's Digest was always cool. But yeah, do you get into like disappearances and shit in real life like now?
My sister loves true crime, and so I end up watching a lot of it.
Allie's way into that stuff.
Mostly
what's up with women and murder mysteries?
Yeah, there's some kid that disappeared like along our biking route, and the kid like straight up, his car was found and he wasn't found like in the Malibu hill, like in the Santa Monica hills where we ride our bikes, and it's like, and then this black girl we think got murdered by the cops and dumped out there too, and like it's like all like along our biking route in LA. And so it's like it's hard not getting caught up in that stuff when it's happening like around you, and it's like the sheriffs that are there in the Malibu are super like yikes shiesty, like sketchy sheriffs.
My sister's classmate was kidnapped in broad daylight while she was with a friend and never found. Michaela Garrett was in my sister's class. That's
rare though.
Kind of famous. You might have heard of the case before, and just very recently that they pinned it on some guy from
they found
an
him
old handprint on this scooter that he had moved close to his car to get her to walk over. Yeah.
Did you see that the guy who killed the two girls?
About 10.
Off
so
the train.
That's the major trauma of my sister's life.
Yeah, that's gnarly.
What were you saying?
So
I was gonna just say
there was the two girls that got they were like on a train track, and they took a picture of the guy following them, and then they ended up murdered, and then they eventually found the guy recently
from that picture.
Yeah, really gnarly.
That's gotta be
And
happening.
they made a phone call, and it recorded they heard his voice, and like they were able to do some gnarly stuff. But I don't know, that's really crazy when that shit happens. I went to some.
Yeah, you can't even get a good serial killer streak off these days with all this new technology. That's why people go. That's why people are turning to the spree killing, right? That's why
they're
that's
not
why
being sneaky about it anymore.
That is why psychopaths are having to turn to mass school shootings, because technology is making good old serial killing spree too difficult.
Too many cameras.
Seems
too
legit.
Too many internet sleuths.
You can't be a John Wayne Gacy anymore because some damn kid is gonna be making a phone call with your voice in the background.
TikTok.
TikToking about your house.
No, everything's screwed. So what you been up to, Devin?
Fucking working my ass off, man. Just trying to get settled into this new place.
Is that the place where you showed up?
No, I moved away from there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
With your girl?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it's
cool.
just us now.
Nice. That must be super nice.
Yeah, it's definitely a relief to have my own place, my own space, do whatever I want, and it's all vegan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It really is nice to have that vegan household, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That kitchen, all plant.
You have that tension in the air, you know, when somebody's in the kitchen.
Meat juice everywhere.
And meat juice. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I created tension in the house to where people didn't want to do it when I was around.
Well, you're friends with me, of course. If you know me, you're gonna create tension. With I'm too much of an influence.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then something I was going to talk about on here too is just the activism I've been doing here and there. We got a couple different avenues here in Vegas. Like, there's obviously in every city they have the AV, you know, the Anonymous for the Voiceless. But I've mostly been going to the Direct Action Everywhere fur protests and kind of like chatting with those folks here in town.
How did the shooting day go with the?
Oh, it went really good. Yeah.
Who were they?
So it was it was just a couple of the people from Direct Action Everywhere and just some of our other vegan friends here in town.
They were like more liberal leaning vegan people, and you took them out shooting.
Right? Yeah. I would say for the most part, you could say that. That's kind of the angle I always try to work, is try to get like the liberal type people that are, you know, most of the vegan community that's at least outspoken. I know we're not like that, you know, and we're not really in the public eye like they are, but I try to get them a little more onto our mindset. You know,
if they're legit
why
vegan, like they're very easy to sell anarchism too.
Yeah, you know, it was funny when I was in California talking with a lot of Teresa's friends. They seemed extremely receptive to anarchism when we like kind of went down the rabbit hole and had these kind of conversations about, you know,
state subsidies.
That's one of the easiest avenues in, like, get your foot in the door with vegans on anarchism. So yeah. I always like to say, like, that's the angle I work, is trying to get more vegans onto anarchism, at least libertarianism, you know.
Gun ownership.
Gun ownership, yeah. I mean, one of them already has a lot of guns, and he is more of kind of a lefty guy, but he does have a lot of guns, and we hit it off and stuff. But yeah, I want to get more people, not just out shooting, but just kind of talking about these issues and not turning to what I feel like is a lot of them. The buck stops with like, oh, we got legislation passed, or you know, we pressure campaign these people. You know, I'm like, but we also need to like look into ourselves and like influence other people about like dropping the whole imagination of, you know, government's going to be the solution to any of our problems. Because I feel like that's what they turn to a lot. It's like, oh yeah, we got a fur ban in this state, and they're, you know, they can't have a Sea World in this city or something, you know.
Yeah.
Hey Devin, I was just talking a few minutes ago about the evidence that that habit change, behavioral change, often precedes and facilitates somebody's acceptance of philosophical arguments. How much do you think that's what's going on with guns? You know, I grew up shooting guns. How much do you think that somebody just needs to be familiarized with the with the behavior of holding a gun, carrying a gun, and
I must think that's true, because I feel like that's one of the things I'm trying to do is just get people more comfortable with the fact that like, hey, when you see me, I'm armed, you know, like I'm not going to let anything happen to us, and you can have that power too. You have that right inherently from the creation. You know, you have rights that you can invoke, you know, legally and whatever. You got avenues, like I have a CCW, which you need here in Nevada. But you cannot just, you know, be the timid one that just is like, oh no, what do we do? You can take charge of your life. You can take charge of these principles. And how are we going to defend the animals? How are we going to stand on what we believe in, what we know to be true, if we can't back it with teeth? You know what I mean? That's where I come from on it. And yeah, I think more people spending time, you know, in that mindset,
yeah, I just
probably
mean,
let people's guard down.
It does make sense that you would associate just the presence of a gun with danger and harm,
dude.
If you've never had personal exposure in situations that did not result in harm.
The first time I carried legally, I remember I went to Trader Joe's, and I felt like I was like a father to children, like a bunch of children. Like I felt like I was like they always, oh, guns make you aggressive, you know. Like I felt like I could take care of everyone there if something happened, and like I felt love for these people that normally I wouldn't even be thinking that way. But since I was armed, I felt that way. Like it was very interesting and poignant, you know. Like that first day carrying, I was like, holy shit, like that's pretty wild, because you think, you know,
I feel like that too.
Yeah, like it's such a
like a guardian.
It up to be such a crazy thing, but when you're a good person and you're caring, you have nothing but love for the humans around you, no matter who they are. You know, like if you see something bad happen, you will stop them, no matter what political party is affiliated. Like it goes beyond that, you know. And it was really interesting, because like I just couldn't, like I was sitting at Trader Joe's just like, whew, like just, I don't know, it was like super funny, because it's not like something was going to happen, but it was still just in case, you know. And it's just the powers that be of just like, you know, like, oh, you're going to shoot someone if you're carrying a gun, you're just going to be aggressive and you're going to pick fights. And it's like, yeah, some idiots do that, but most overwhelming majority, without a doubt, do not. They feel like how I
feel like, you know, the more you carry, the more I've adopted a mindset of like being the better man, taking the high road, just, you know, responsibility, because you carry so much, you know, power with you, and you have to use that wisely.
I've been in several situations where I could have pulled it out and didn't. Like we had a bunch of fools circle the car once in some protest in Hollywood, and I could have just been all whoop real quick, but no, like you don't do that shit, you know.
We want the very people to start carrying who often, if they haven't grown up with guns, would be the least likely to ever carry, right?
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
that's the statistical abuse of the anti-gun people is just absolutely infuriating.
They don't talk about
know,
how many times guns help people.
the statistics that a
about-
gun is more likely to be used against someone in your home than against an intruder is true. And the reason that it's true is that psychopaths, career criminals, gangsters have guns in the home, and because they're psychopaths,
they leave them
they're very
out,
likely to use it against their significant other or
or
like the
negligent
police.
disregard. NDs, man. I've had an
somebody
ND
they're
before.
hanging out with, getting high with their guns, and then they get into a fight. Yeah, bad people are more likely to go get guns and have them in the home, and that's why guns are more likely to be used against somebody in a home. It doesn't follow at all that if you convince a normal person to have a gun in the home, that normal person is going to turn into somebody who uses it against a family member or friend, right?
Yeah, and you can't forget all the mountain of suicides by gun that kind of, they trim that off of the statistics a lot.
Seems like they only want the tragedy to be on display. They don't want people seeing that there's like a chivalrous aspect to it where people used to have swords on them all the time, and it's taking it back to that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Armed society is a polite society. If everyone knows everyone armed, no one's gonna. You're not gonna be. You'd have to be crazy to fuck with people. Like it makes no sense.
Jeffrey, though, it's more
and if you are that crazy, then natural selection comes in, and we don't have you around anymore. We don't have to worry about you.
Well, it's like if you start with a society with a lot of antisociality and a lot of violent and abusive tendencies, if you start with a subculture like that, then of course they're going to have weapons on already, and that's not making them polite, right?
No.
If you start with a group of people who are like generally already polite, and then you arm them, then it doesn't turn them into monsters. It turns them into like hyper polite people because of the responsibility.
Reminds me of that South Park episode where everybody was armed and they're like all having like a Mexican standoff, like everybody's got their guns out at each other.
Yeah.
It's like that's the extreme of what could go wrong. But
Then you realize it's time to talk it out.
yeah, true. Everybody's even. It's a great equalizer.
Yeah.
Hey, Devin, as an activist, who you potentially get into these precarious legal situations, get close to that line.
Yeah.
What's going on? This thing in our criminal law where if you commit the same crime but there happens to be a gun present, then you automatically get like a much more serious charge or a serious penalty.
Oh man, I don't know if I can answer that question, but I've been kind of diving into the world of status correction, like the difference between being a U.S. citizen and being an American national and all this stuff, and there seems to be a level of commerce involved in it. I mean, they don't want you to take a taxpayer off the docket. They don't want you to delete a potential taxpayer. But I mean, I don't get into anything that's legally precarious. What I'm doing so far can't really get us into any trouble.
So like Wayne Hisung, who's doing, I mean, he hasn't been sentenced yet. He's awaiting sentencing, right? But he's probably going to get something like 2 years. He's probably going to serve somewhere around 1 year. If he had a firearm when he had gone into that chicken farm, he'd probably.
I think about that stuff all the time, man. I can't guess what that would look like, but
wait, what's the story? Tell us the story.
Oh, they did one of the open rescue things. They went on to the thing is they document a lot of stuff before they even go that route. So they'll tell the local authorities, hey, we've documented animal abuse on these farms. Can we do something about this? And then they do nothing, and then they take it into their own hands. That's kind of like the steps that they take
ALF
before they get to the point. Yeah, but it's not ALF because they don't hide themselves. They
Not
put
anonymous.
themselves on camera. Yeah, they're like, this is who I am. This is what we're doing. They do it, non-violently, so they'll like, march in a line and go in, and so basically, like, yeah, they're getting him for taking their property as if a living being can be somebody's property, and then trespassing, all those sorts of things. I don't know what is he gonna get, like 3 years or more, but I can't imagine what that would look like. And I've posed this too, is look at the other side of the equation when there was animal abusers that stood up to authorities and they got their way. Remember the Bundy Ranch thing? Yeah, the Bundy Ranch thing.
Yeah.
So there was animal exploiters who came armed with all their buddies, and they had a standoff with the federal agents, and they left them alone, and that was the end of it. I mean, I'm sure there's still, so, I don't know. Which one is more successful? What's the right mindset? I don't know. There's different ways to go about this, but I feel like the community could do with a little more muscle. I feel like we get pinned as the weak vegans too much.
You guys think as libertarian, anarchist, and vegan, do you see a strong parallel between the rural anti-fed kind of libertarian, often being an extreme animal abuser or lover of animal abuse, with the Southern Confederate flag attitude of resistance to a foreign government coming in and imposing rules upon you, that sort of freedom against tyranny attitude from people who were in favor of enslaving other humans based upon race. There's a kind of parallel there too. That
seems to be a parallel,
self-conception
and a great irony
as a freedom fighter, and the main freedom that you want includes this horrific abuse of others.
Yeah, there seems to be a huge irony elephant in the room there that's not being addressed.
There's a lot of overlap between the libertarians and loving the Confederacy too.
The libertarian keto guys really don't like when I point out, that they're tripling down on the most subsidized food that we have. They're just like, oh, I have a right to
accumulating the karmic. Yeah, and not to mention accumulating the karmic debt that will never get us to a free world.
Yeah, me too, Jeebus. I never actually shot a deer, but I went on some hunting trips, and definitely part of from a small town in the mountains. And now I love living around deer peacefully, seeing them every day, getting to know them on an individual basis.
Yeah,
dude. Every animal has its own personality. I'm figuring out.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
Yeah, even fish. A while back. There was a mouse in my room a while back, and I woke up. It was under my closet door, and it was popping its head out and just kind of like checking me out to make sure it was like, is this thing
Are you cool? Are you vegan?
Yeah, I was just sitting there looking at him. I'm like, what's up, dude? Like, I didn't really know what to do. I'm like, I don't want you in my room, but I mean, like, I ended up safe catching him shortly after that. But it's like, if mice weren't dirty, I would have no problem just having them running around. They're fun. They're cool little.
I hear there's some humans that are vegan. Are you one of those vegans?
Yeah.
We're like Snow White. All of a sudden, we have like birds landing on us and shit.
Yeah.
We have a mulberry tree, a fruitless mulberry, and the deer really love its leaves. So during the fall, I go out with like a long broomstick or a big old long branch from the mulberry, and I just whack the branches and knock down a whole bunch of leaves around it. And the deer, at first, some of them like are hesitant and wait for the humans to go away before they come in and eat the leaves, and then eventually they start coming and eating the ones that are outside of arm's reach. But then some of them I could save myself the trouble of knocking off the leaves by reaching up and getting a branch and holding the branch down while the deer come up and eat the leaves right off of it.
Being a bro.
Building trust with them.
And we don't have to rake the leaves, right? In the late autumn. All throughout the autumn, we're not knocking most of the leaves down for the deer. Yeah,
that's funny.
And we got wild turkeys here too. Big old flocks of wild turkeys.
We were just in Northern California, and there are wild turkeys everywhere up there. They're really cocky too. They don't give a shit. Like
they
so roll around and
amazing animals. Yeah, I love the turkeys.
We would ride right through like huge groups of 30 of them out there.
Yeah.
And they're just like, they don't even like try and move out of your way. All big birds are kind of like that though. They're just like, fuck you, like you move.
There's
like,
mountain lions here. There are mountain lions around here, and the turkeys do not have any fear of the mountain lions. The turkeys,
they don't, They can't. We were talking about that up north. I was like, how are there so many of them just nonchalantly walking around? And there's mountain lions everywhere out here. And bobcats.
Their big group and their coordination.
You could always tell there's one big one that's like all like looking at you, like mad dogging you, and it's like, oh, that one probably fucked me up. Like it's a little bird,
alpha turkey.
Dude, they got some big claws, bro.
Yeah.
They got like tyrannosaur feet, dude.
Yeah, they got big.
We got some turkeys at the animal sanctuary up here, and they will not hesitate to peck your ass, and it hurts, bro.
Yeah, I believe that dinosaur turning into bird thing, and the dinosaur feet are like bird feet. Yeah, I heard that theory. You never heard it about dinosaurs
Where
turning
they just
into
modeled
birds
dinosaurs after birds.
afterwards.
Chickens do act like little T-Rexes.
Chickens have a lot of personality. When I was not vegan, I had a couple goats and a bunch of chickens, and I could just watch the chickens all day because they all have like their own personalities, and they're really funny. Like they're hypnotizing. Like I'd be like, whoa, an hour went by. I'm just like watching their like discussions, and there's the whole pecking order thing. Like it's really funny.
They're big on that, right? The pecking order. Someone has me balls.
If you bring a new one
everywhere.
in, that new one gets fucked with by all the chickens like for a long time. Like you feel bad. You're like, I feel bad. Like I feel like I should take this chicken out, but the chicken wants to hang out with the other ones. But they just all the other ones, they'll treat the one like shit, and then they just won't after a while. But they're they're very sassy, and like they're hilarious.
We got a bunch of them.
He has a parrot.
Here about,
pretty funny too.
if you eat an egg, is that against vegan? And yeah, I gotta apologize. Y'all be nice to me. I know nothing about veganism. I got a billion questions. I just don't want to assault you guys.
That's
but
cool.
When you were saying you had chickens, I was wondering what is eating eggs wrong in veganism? Or no?
Some vegans don't see a problem with it. Some do. When I had chickens, I was not I was vegan in the 90s for a long time, and then I did a whole standard American diet, and I did the paleo thing for a little bit. And I had when my daughter was born, I had a goat. I had 2 goats because we were doing the goat formula instead of the mainstream stuff, and so I got chickens during that time, but I was not vegan then. But I do know it is a topic that's talked about a lot. Some people think if you're giving them a place to live that's safe and everything, and they're dropping so many of them that it's okay. I don't believe it is vegan to eat eggs, but Some
There's so many-
edgy people might.
So edgy.
there's so many dimensions, man. There's like the personal habit thing and the physiology that when your gut biome changes to be fully plant-based.
Yeah.
Things become disgusting to you that were
Interesting.
appetizing before, and
Yeah,
then
and you can
but then
smell
also you worry that even these things, like I definitely think that bivalves are not sentient. I think
Bivalve?
bivalves are
Yeah, that's the
oysters
one I've
and
always
clams,
contemplated.
I don't think
What's a
oysters
bivalve?
have any oysters and clams and scallops and things. So
They're very
I don't
low
think
sentience.
I don't think they have any feelings. So I don't think they have any moral consideration. And some people I know I still consider vegan, like Jerome Eubanks, who I talk to a lot, eats a lot of oysters, but
Weird.
it's still meat proteins. So I feel like if they're in my body,
it's still going to mess your stomach up.
It's still going to mess me up, but it's also still going to make my body kind of perceive these meat proteins as food. And
Yeah.
it's gonna carry a risk for some people that they're gonna go back to
I like your angle there,
very
bro.
bad things like eating.
It's a middle
eating
ground.
chicken
It's like an
pig.
excuse. Like, oh well,
I
I'm eating
always like-
clams now. I might as well eat chicken. Like,
I mean, I would give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, maybe we don't scientifically understand how sentient they are, but let's at least give them the benefit of the doubt.
Probably want to live. They probably want.
It's like we're putting them on trial here, and it's like, you live or you die. It's like, I don't know.
I understand that, and
They're
also
a cholesterol-filled animal protein,
right.
so
And they're also unhealthy. So human health is important too. But there's also the advocacy issue where carnists are going to come back at you and they're going to say, "Oh, look, you're eating oysters. That proves that a plant-based diet is going to kill you."
That proves that something like a cow that has emotional, depth and feelings of joy and sadness should also die because you eat oysters and all they know how to do is react to stimuli. It's a slippery slope. Yeah.
I don't want to give them that ammunition,
I got a question for you cats, man. And which I think, just talking this short, brief period of time, I might have some of my answers. But do you think that once you stop eating meat, you guys would share something in common? Some type of enlightenment is the direction that I'm going. I can understand how I can't grow because I ate a bacon sandwich this morning, or you're still hunting. You're still a Viking. So I can see that philosophy. I'd like to grow up and stop killing animals and eating animals and stuff. But what are companies? Have you guys noticed that you share something in common, or vegans in general? Is there some enlightenment or something that comes with it, or less aggression from not eating the meat and the chemicals? Is there something that you guys see?
Just about 20 minutes ago, I mentioned how when I was a meat eater, I was far more aggressive of a human in general. And when
It's
I stopped,
logical.
I felt that drop off very quickly. When you eat meat, the hormones in your body change to someone who's in fight or flight, who may need to,
It's
your body's
logical.
like, oh, you're eating another thing. That must mean there's like danger.
Yeah, you've
So we're
stooped
gonna
to a
pump
level
you
of
full
just survival.
hormones to make
I
you
understand.
better at eating things, because you're surviving.
Yes.
So you're
Yes.
sending the wrong message.
Yes.
When you're
Yeah.
having a normal, safe life, you're sending the wrong message to your body by eating meat and blood and
So
stuff
can
like
you
that.
make some generalities about vegans? And I mean just generalities. I know everybody's different, but and generally speaking, could I, say that, these guys are going to be less roided out than the meat eaters, or less angry, and generally speaking, than the meat eaters? Is that a thing?
I think
That's
the
like
main
a
thing is just
machismo.
I don't know. Vegan Gains is pretty angry.
I don't know, but that's funny. Angry vegans. So.
He wants a cage fight everybody.
He wants to cage fight everybody. He wants to stab people. Yeah.
Yeah.
He definitely doesn't fit. I don't know if there's any generalities about
Is
vegans.
there a
I think
thing
We're a
as
diverse group
the
of
main thing is
people
just
like anybody
bravery.
else.
The main
But
thing
we're
is just
Is-
like the low key bravery to be to be weird, to stand up
Yeah.
to society and say that I'm
no?
gonna be a moral example, and I know
Yes,
that people are gonna resent me for it. I know
yes,
that whether they express it as anti-vegan, trolls or
yes,
whatever,
yes.
or
Right.
not, they're like there's this do-gooder derogation, right? This resentment going on towards somebody who's
And generally speaking,
who's
that's
living their life and showing that I'm a moral leader
generally
against
speaking,
them.
that's what moral people get, though, right? The more moral shit you do or become, the more you're gonna get attacked. So it's in line with that.
Yeah.
It's logical.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I just think of the historical parallels to, the early women's rights, especially if you were like a man advocating for women's suffrage in the beginning of the 20th century.
Yes.
What kind of responses you were going to just get all the time? Yeah. Of course, the
Come
swordless
out the
slavery
coal
abolitionists,
mines and advocating for women's suffrage.
Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure, that the way we learn about slavery and slavery abolitionism in our history classes, like it's kind of presented as if there's just people who supported it and then people who opposed it and fought against it, but it's like the reality has got to be that there were all these people in the middle, right? In like
Like everything else.
1830, people who were like, yeah, okay, I understand you're not
But
liking slavery, but why you got to be so strident about it? Why you got to be bringing it up every time we have a party? Why you got to be talking about the evil of slavery? Can't we just, like in 1830, can't we just have fun? Can't we just go out and have fun and you're not talking about the atrocity of slavery all the time? Like, you're so annoying. These abolitionists,
Yeah, it's like
that had
Thomas
to have been
Paine.
what it was like in New York City or something.
right, he keeps bringing it up at the dinner table. No one wants to hear about that, John. Damn it!
Why can't you just live and let live, right?
Right? Why can't you
Why do you
just
want to
let
control what I eat, man?
Yeah.
Oh, another question. This is so. Is there such a thing as cheats, guilt, shame? You slip a piece of meat and don't tell people. Is that a thing? Not you per se in the veganism world, though, especially with beginners, right? I imagine they eat a steak and be around some strong cats who've been doing it for years, and they might be hesitant to mention it or something.
I was vegan a long time when I was like in the 90s, when I was a late teenager, early 20s, and then I was not. And the whole time I was not, I very much had vegan guilt, and I very much knew I was going to stop again.
I dig it.
And
I
I
dig it.
felt like shit the whole time.
That's cool.
But I knew I was going to come back eventually.
Right.
Yeah. And like during the time I was eating meat, like I was partying like crazy. I was like in Hollywood. I was a musician.
Interesting.
I was doing crazy shit. So I lost my morals, I suppose, through partying and drugs and alcohol and stuff. And during that time I got, I went full opposite too and did the whole paleo thing where it's just like, oh, nothing but meat and like,
I got a buddy doing that nonsense.
yeah, and it's just it's not, there's a lot I can go over about that.
Joe,
I believe that. Go ahead.
The time fairly briefly, but before I went vegan, it was preceded by like eating double Big Macs almost every day.
Really? Was it like
which I hadn't done
you
before?
Knew you were gonna go vegan? Was it like somehow
No,
you knew
not like
you were stocking up on steaks?
No, dude, because I'm a home chef. I've been a chef for a while, I'm living in Korea. I'm able to eat this amazing Korean cuisine, right? No, what it was is the going to McDonald's and just sitting and eating that crap while getting drunk every night was
Yeah.
it was the beginning, the early stage of the midlife crisis. And then it changed into the big part of the midlife crisis was saying, holy shit, I'm halfway through my life and I'm gonna die, and I might as well make something in my life by caring about doing good, caring about the things that I know are
I
good.
think that's where it comes down to. I think if we cut through this shit, you were onto it, wherever you're at, dude, in the corner there, that it's going to be kind of doing. It seems like the moral thing to do. And I'm trying to be a moral man now, and I'm where my man was at, where I'm thinking you can't really get there if you don't stop. If you don't stop, man. And I'm feeling that guilt already. And I had a bacon sandwich today, man, and I'm feeling guilty, man. I eat meat all the time. It's got to be the right thing, the moral thing. And I saw something. I don't know if you catch religious. I'm not, but I saw someone said, and Jesus got along with all the animals because they knew he wouldn't harm them. And that's been ringing through my head.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you missed the big Christian vegan speak out. That was a little bit earlier in the stream.
Sounds interesting, though.
Yeah.
We got some information that Jesus might have been vegan. It's an interesting topic to get into.
Without a doubt.
Guys,
I need to see if we can get my friend Craig on here. He's a vegan Christian guy. He does his own podcast, his own sermons and stuff. And he finds just about every verse in the Bible where it's misinterpreted.
Him up, dude.
Yeah, I want to see if we can get him in here.
And we need to get the homie from earlier back on too when he's
Yeah.
on. Have him, because that'll be some serious.
Have him hash it out. Yeah.
Joe, a couple weeks ago, I held a debate between two of my Christian friends, one vegan, one anti-vegan, because I've been told 1,000 times that I'm going to hell because I promote veganism and stuff like that. So
you can
I
explain
was
that later,
shocked
but that
to
makes no
hear
sense.
that there was a massive amount of talk of veganism in the Bible, and that most of the people pushing the meat stuff were actually connected to the devil and stuff like that. So it was pretty interesting. And then one
I'd
of my
love to
buddies
hear that argument.
was on that debate. He was on earlier, but it's very, very interesting stuff.
I read the Bible, read the Bible.
Maybe about 5 or 6 videos back is Christianity against veganism on my channel here. But it's really wildly interesting stuff.
Yeah, I would love to hear some of the arguments, Joe.
Yeah.
Pro and con. I'd love to hear.
It's all, really old stuff. And it's been manipulated over time.
Have you heard my talks on really true. Have you heard my talks on A Christmas Carol with Carson and then with Jerome?
Can you put the names up? I don't
I
know
did.
one up here. Can you put the names up, man? I don't know anybody up there. Or can you drop that and the names will pop up?
But yeah, guys, I'm very obsessed with A Christmas Carol. I have been like a bit longer than since I've been vegan. Maybe I've been obsessed with A Christmas Carol for like 10 or 12 years.
I am too.
I watch versions every day throughout December.
The Jim Carrey when he played the animated one. Oh, that's one of my favorites.
That's not too bad.
That was incredible. Wow,
the characters, the uncanny valley thing. Their faces are so weird, but the story is really great. Yeah, I like that version. But I'm writing a vegan Christmas Carol. I don't mean just like taking out the animal products, which somebody's.
I'm about to say that's all I could think of. Instead of get the biggest turkey, I don't know.
I'm writing a modernized version that has a vegan ethical theme.
In what way? How would it change, man? I'm curious.
Scrooge starting out as like a bitter, like a anti-vegan a troll. Who,
Okay.
I don't get. I mean, I could start talking about the specifics, but I wanted to mention, that I'm a non-believer, but I write I
non-believer.
write the story very, 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 very Christian. What I've written so far, and my mentality is I'm not taking the Christianity out of this very Christian story. It wouldn't make any sense without those metaphors, and so. That was one of my early decisions in this process. Is it's got a very, very Christian theme in the process of applying it to a kind of a midlife crisis. Scrooge is supposed to be about 50 in the story, by the way. A lot of versions present him as a really old man by today's standards, but he is supposed to be 50.
Scrooge.
Yeah.
But what was life expectancy back then over there, man? It might be an old man back then. It would seem like what about spirituality? Let me look at your name, Jeremy. Is it? Yeah, Jeremy. Spirituality. I get that you don't consider yourself a believer or whatever, but you believe in some type of spirituality or something. The pause tells me everything.
I don't think that there's some world beyond the physical world, but the way I think about religions are
that's spirituality. I avoided religion on purpose,
okay,
not
but
spirituality.
I mean, I do think that the physical world is all that exists, but within that physical world, there are really complex beings. Not only us, but other
You
animals.
said "but" like 3 times. I know that you believe there's some intelligence or something. So you've been earlier. You went to church or something like that, and early on you had some church exposure.
I think, yeah. I think that the thing that religions do for people in terms of community and in terms of shared storytelling is very often positive. And what I would say is that it's just like other kind of fiction, other kind of shared storytelling. It not everything needs to be true in order to be useful. Like Lord of the Rings can be very useful to people thinking about how to live their lives, right?
Right.
Storytelling, having good, powerful stories about important things is very useful.
A good parable is a good parable.
So the core Christian story, is a pretty profound story. I don't know
which one, a virgin birth, flood. What's the core Christian story we're talking about?
I don't really think the virgin birth part is very profound, but what's profound is a God who can't relate to mortal beings, making himself partly mortal in order to experience it directly and sympathize.
Yes, I've never been to church, man. That sounds like propaganda nonsense. I read the Bible. I didn't get none of that out of it.
It's like
that's the Christian fanfic right there.
If we could become a chicken and live and then die as a chicken in order to make ourselves more resolved in our veganism, that would be really profound. If we could actually,
my girl hit the bong
while having our human consciousness over here, also have the chicken's consciousness at the same time, and then be able to actually go through that process up until slaughter of the chicken, and then be raised from it, and then now be like back as a human who had that visceral, fully human but fully experience of the chicken's suffering.
What would that teach us, Pimp? What do you see on the other end of that lesson? You got to be the chicken, and oh my God, he's killing me. What do you think lesson that guy learned when he come back to his human self?
Definitely teach empathy.
Yes, obviously, right? I thought that would be clear. The girl smoking in the background. Y'all hear her coughing?
I think one of the lessons of religion ought to also be that we humans are not the pinnacle of design space, of like rationality, sentience, emotional experience. We just happen to accidentally be the ones that are the most developed right now on this planet, but we're not like the logical furthest possibility that this thing could go.
We're closer to pond scum than Spock or some evolved
Right,
so and so.
that's right. That's exactly right. If you think about what the future could bring in terms of the capacities of intelligent sentient beings experience, the difference between like an ant and us might seem like a lot closer than us and whatever that further
In order to get to that further being, I think we'd have to get rid of aggression. And again, you guys may be onto something with leaving the meat dog. And I had about 3 thoughts in a row, and they slipped. But in order for me to become that sentient being, we'd have to get rid of aggression, which would be ego, which is fear. And then we could start to become smarter people. For instance, I can't hold a conversation with people. I don't know if they're sensitive. I don't know if they're the type of person that is going to deflect, blah, blah, blah. All these fucking insecurities get in the way of us development. If we can get rid of a lot of things, a lot of that emotional and fucking macho bullshit, we could fly.
Humility is very important, and like this cosmic humility. So if people do it right, when people do it right, imagining a God, trying to imagine a God, even if God don't actually exist, trying to imagine a God that's as far beyond us as we are beyond an ant.
And we don't even have. Useful. We're right. You're right. He's a lot further than that if we go get proper right.
The humility that you can get from trying to do something like that can be really, really useful in your life.
And it seems logical because we can't seem to stay humble, but we see that what we think is science changes all the fucking time. You would think we learned that lesson by now and be able to remain humble. It loses.
Yeah.
All right. Her drinking made me want to drink something. Monkey too.
Yeah, is it time to turn up?
It's just tea. It's just tea.
I don't know. I drink almost every day. I'm not
alcohol.
I'm not one of these people that's drinking to experience my personality totally changing or whatever. So I don't
just drinking to get normal.
I drink I drink to be normal in the evening as I get towards bedtime. I don't I don't like that sometimes when I'm drinking with people who don't often drink, I encourage them to drink, and then their personality after like 2 or 3 drinks gets really sloppy. Yeah.
Right.
So am I the only sober person in the room?
Totally sober. Totally.
You mean
sober.
like overall, or?
Right? Can we be more specific?
Oh no.
Usually when people say it like that, they mean that they don't drink at all. They've given it up.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty much straight edge. I have been for like 3 years. But yeah, I used to do a lot of stuff.
Well, you got me thinking then. Getting all the toxins, not doing the stuff. Is there an advantage to no drinking and no drugging? Is the same way?
I feel like that was a natural progression for me after going vegan. Was just like cutting out a lot of toxins and a lot of inebriation.
Slackers,
clear my mind. No, I'm not saying anything about them. Yeah, people can make whatever choices they want.
It's logical, man. We got to start to elevate. We got to, vibrate at a different frequency, and you're doing the right shit. You know.
See, I've kind of bounced back and forth because I've gone from like extreme sobriety kicks to like when I first went vegan, people always think it's kind of weird because I'll tell them like I used to drink like high gravity and like old English, like gnarly malt liquor kind of stuff. Like
Yeah.
I drank cheap, so
Say that.
like I don't know. So like I've kind of bounced back and forth because I do kind of feel like substances can kind of take you out of that mentality of trying to do like that inner self development, doing that sort of like soul work. So I'm like back and forth with it, leaning more.
Wouldn't it be more though?
This guy makes you want to drink, right?
Is there such thing as
this guy makes me wish that there was strong enough drink?
If we didn't exist, I could probably go straight edge again. But
yeah,
that was my main thing. I was just a weed smoker. I wasn't a drinker. I never really liked alcohol. It gives me a headache.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't drink either.
I was more into weed before I found alcohol.
Oh my god! Look who's here.
Look at that! Hey, look at this spillover from back in the day over here.
Joe Stu, I gotta say,
I swear I was just watching the show the other day. I saw your ass over there.
Where? At Paul's?
On the Paul show, yeah.
Yeah, I go every once in a while. Yeah.
I still watch.
How come you're afraid to come up? What's the problem? You're scared. You're scared of
I'm
Daddy?
too busy, man. I can't find the time to get on there. Like I could barely find the time to get on here, but yeah, I pop on once in a while.
Joe Stu, what are you doing hanging out with all these fucking
slumming over here with the vegans?
Pasty white fucking vegans.
I am learning.
What are you doing, man?
Fucking with these guys. And you know,
Look
I
at
really
them.
do.
Look at them. They all look like fucking zombies.
Wait till summer.
Wait till summer.
Jeez.
I'll prove that omega-3, omega-6 thing wrong.
Yeah, omega-3, omega-6 my ass. Eat a fucking steak for once in your life.
These two,
Jeez.
Braxton and Devin, they look like they tan. I hardly tan.
Okay, never mind. You do look like a fat piece of shit.
I was having this conversation.
I think it's just the lighting.
Yeah, you had a good angle for a second.
Somebody was saying that like beta carotene, like vegans like eating a lot more of this vitamin A precursor. It also gives them like more ability to tan.
Orange.
And I was like, I don't think so.
Orange, really?
Yeah, like a flamingo.
Right.
We're gonna
I
turn
just
orange or
burn.
pink or whatever.
Get the Donald Trump sort of color going on.
You need K2. You need K2 in order to tan. And none of yous are getting it.
We both tan just fine.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, those two are out in the sun all the time.
Yeah, you could tan, but your skin's not going to do well without some K2 in it.
My dad doesn't tan, and he eats fucking salami and cheddar cheese all day long.
Hey, salami, if it's homemade, has been proven that it has a huge ratio of K2 in it.
It's got
Right,
if
well,
it's
my
homemade,
carcinogen.
my dad's been
without
eating
the
for
nitrates.
Don't eat me.
many decades, and
I don't.
he's got the
I
high
don't
blood
eat.
pressure. He's taking the statins and shit, and he still doesn't tan. So there you go.
I guarantee you 80 to 85% of his diet is fucking plants.
My dad?
Just like everybody else.
You guarantee that about my dad?
I guarantee it, and I don't know him. What does he eat? What does he eat? Tell me what he eats.
He eats fucking shit. He eats,
Yeah, okay.
he eats salami and cheese. I guess he eats plants that are like crackers. And
right.
and I mean, he's not on a carnivore diet.
Chips, technically,
diet
right.
that he,
Right.
He's a couch potato.
He does not eat more plant material than.
Listen, not 80 to 85% of the regular American Westerner diet is plants. 80 to 85%.
You mean like calorically or like weight wise or like
All food, like like every
Right,
thing that
but like
goes in their mouth.
the calories they intake, or you're like, what do you like?
Yeah, all the food they eat.
Did you say
All-
Americans are worldwide?
And then it's slathered with
all
a
the Western
layer of
world.
animal crap.
Western world.
Generally, a really
Got milk
tiny,
and cheese and
generally a
eggs.
little tiny piece of animal product, and not from a good place either.
That's complete
I'm gonna look
bullshit.
it up.
And
I
even
would
the
have thought
burgers,
70%
All
meat.
the-
85%.
70% meat.
I ate meat. I definitely ate a lot more than a tiny piece of meat.
Right.
all those
I had
chili
a salad
peppers
in
and
3
all that
years.
chili pepper and garlic that goes into the sauce of the giant box of wings from Wingstop.
Right.
Yeah,
That
it's,
was
those plants. It's those plants that are.
It's those damn plants.
if he didn't put all those crap on the wings and just ate them with a little bit of salt and roasted or whatever, then he'd be fine. But all that crap you put on him, that's what's killing you. That's what's hurting you. That's what's keeping us all sick. I'm not preaching from a righteous point of view, right? I love my
Lou,
pizza
I
too,
was
right?
about to say, you're missing the righteous point of view. Isn't it shitty to just kill a bunch of animals like that, man?
No, brother. No.
Okay, I'm
No.
just
Do I
asking.
have to read the poem? Do I have to read him the poem? Yes.
Have you finished it?
Yeah,
Did you
I
finish
read it to you last time.
No,
Don't you
you
remember?
read us half the poem. It wasn't done
No,
yet.
I read the whole thing, bro. Fuck, I don't even know where it is now. I don't even know if I could find it, but whatever.
You should know it off the top of your head, Lube ass.
No, because I changed it.
Lube ass.
I'd originally
changed it. You definitely need to tell us again.
I originally wrote it. I originally wrote it like fucking 30 years ago or more, maybe 35 years ago. And it was about a rabbit that I ran over with my car by accident, right? And a rabbit that I hunted, right? Me and my friend only got 2 rabbits that day. One we ran over and one we hunted and caught, right? Fair and square. And I felt so sad for that rabbit that got hit in the road. And I think I called the poem A Strip of Hell, because a pavement, a road, is a strip of hell through heaven, right? And so I wrote it in that context years ago, but then I changed it for you, Jeffrey and Annie.
Hold
so
on,
much I
hold
love
on.
you guys. I wrote you guys a poem, and it became the bunny that couldn't get away from the tractor.
Not the car.
Right?
Okay.
Not the car on the road.
So it's hellish to be a victim of like 2nd or 3rd degree murder, but it's not hellish to be a party to 1st degree murder, like the animal that you hunted.
Exactly.
Where's the logic in that?
Well, okay. Now
You premeditatedly ended somebody's life versus it was an accident.
Kill animals to eat. No, he doesn't. A bunny rabbit is what's called a prey animal. They are designed to be prey. That's it. Deer, cattle. Yes, that's how they're designed. Their purpose
That's how
is
they
to
were designed.
be
Who designed them to be that way?
I don't know whoever the fuck it was. Maybe Nibiru, who's on Nibiru. What is it called? The Sumerians or whatever is coming back. Maybe it was them. I don't know I don't know who created them, but I know they are designed as prey to be eaten. And when they're eaten by an animal, as our cows, as all those animals.
Like
when
you mean like we're designed to be the prey of
no, we're
like
designed
malaria. We're designed to be the
we're designed to be the prey of
it's good
diseases.
when malaria causes humans to get very sick and stuff.
Well, malaria.
We're the prey of Klaus Schwab.
We're designed to be their host, man.
You could take that and you could say sickness. Sickness goes to every person, animal, whatever.
We're designed to be the way that HIV spreads itself.
Well, that's sickness, right? Sickness can go to any animal, right? A wild animal can get sick.
We're designed for it, though, you know.
Yes,
it's just the fact that you're predetermining a being's entire existence is to serve somebody else's purpose.
That's right. That's
And
their
you're
purpose.
guaranteeing Jeremy, you know what his dad eats.
That's their purpose, right? They are prey animals. And if they're taken in a different way other than running and trying to elude the predator, they have not fulfilled their purpose. So that animal that crossed the road and was ran over by a car did not get to truly fulfill its purpose. It died anyway.
Damn.
We ate it anyway, but it never finished its true purpose to be hunted.
Damn.
Yeah, like
and
the
and to
humans
be
who die without ever getting to spread HIV.
I know.
You're conflating two different things.
They died without fulfilling their purpose, what they were
You're
designed to be able to
conflating.
do.
Well, I feel like you've served your purpose to come in here and cause a ruckus.
Oh, well, listen, you can kick me out. Jeffrey has the buttons. Jeffrey has the buttons. He can throw me out anytime. But you're
No, it's no
conflating
fun if it's all
illness.
peaceful.
We love metards.
I'm not
here.
conflating anything. I'm following your
Yes,
logic.
you are.
No,
Yes,
you're
you
using,
are.
You're using a word to avoid your own logic. What does it mean to be designed to do something?
Well,
yes,
like I
rabbits
said,
they
Lube
can
ass.
be caught by mountain lions and become the mountain lions' sustenance. We also
Right.
can, through evolution, be the vectors for various viruses and bacteria to spread.
and you think animals are immune to getting sick?
What does that have to do?
You know,
No, he was
well,
saying
it's the same thing.
You're making an argument from nature that because something naturally happens to a certain organism that there's
that's the
some
way
kind
it's
of
supposed to.
some kind of cosmic purpose. Yeah, it's the way it's supposed to be. Well, why
Yes,
isn't
it
it
is.
supposed to be that humans spread HIV because we
Maybe it
can?
is. It might be. I know
Maybe it
I
is.
know with rabbits. I know with rabbits. If you want to take that example, because it's a fairly extreme one and it's a quick one, so you could see it, right? That rabbits go through cycles, generally around 7-year cycles, where they have huge population bursts, right? And if the predators in the area can't bring their populations down because there's not enough of them or whatever, then what happens is the rabbits will get a sickness. And then a huge portion of the population will die off for whatever disease. It could be spotty liver disease or different diseases rabbits get. And they'll die off. They'll have a big die off. And then slowly they'll come back and become back in balance. And when they do go out of balance, sickness takes them. So maybe humans, maybe there's too many of us. So we need some of that
Could it be
sickness.
our purpose then, with that in mind, as plebs, we haven't fulfilled ourselves until we've died and worked our entire lives and died with bloody fingers for the elite? Is that possible? We should be better slaves and get to it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's really the argument. I have my own
Yeah.
beliefs of why we're here. I mean, I don't know for sure. It's just a thought, right?
Well, good thing we're not working off of beliefs here.
Yeah, there probably to Joe.
because
I
of
mean,
the
there
fact-
probably is a good argument that that stronger groups of humans enslaving others is natural, and that having a moral opposition to it is unnatural. And it's like it's the technology that we developed that brings us further away from our nature. You know,
I love it, bro. I love it.
Our
I
evil
could give you an
nature
example.
being more
I could give you an
advanced
example
and out
of what
our
you're
nature.
talking about. You know, the Aboriginals, the Australian Aborigines, right? When they first were discovered, right? They saw them like, you know, they were in small groups, tribes and whatever. And what they noticed is that all the women were really scarred up. Like they had scars all over their bodies, their heads, they had all these scars all over them. And it was part of their culture to beat and rape their women. That was part of their culture. You could look this up. I'm not making it up. There's lots of writings about it, right? And so that was part of their culture, right?
So where are you going with that shit? Where are you going
I'm
with
just
that?
saying. I don't know what the reason was for that. Maybe there was a reason, but we can't
Maybe,
put
maybe
this.
it makes
But
you
Neville, we
more,
put a
more violent, so you're able to attack other tribes and take their resources.
That could
more
be
easily.
the reason.
You know, and also the Native Americans, or any Native group for that matter, when they conquered another tribe, and they did so viciously all the time, right? Before a white man came to this land.
Lube asks, how is it
Natives
fucking possible that your audio still sucks after all these years?
bro.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Listen,
It's so
hold
bad.
on.
It's got a
I
little
think you're.
crackly
As
pop in
long
Okay,
it.
as I've ever
hold
known
on.
you, you've
I
had
just did
sucky
the echo.
fucking audio.
I have a
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
electrical. I have an electrical issue. Something with
It's,
electricity
it
fucks
may
up
be
around me.
better. It may be better. It had a lot of crackle to it. I don't know if it's still there. And
It's
are you
better now.
arguing
It's
my
better now.
argument, Lou? I think you're saying that perhaps there is a class of humans that were meant to serve another class. I think you're arguing in favor of what I was just talking about.
I don't know if that's true or not. I know that it happened with every culture in the world, not just white people, right? It didn't have like white people weren't the only ones enslaving black people,
It's
right?
everything I could do to pass up these jokes because I don't know y'all well, but that's normally why I insert some white
So
people jokes and text people.
you think that white people are the only ones that have enslaved other
So
people?
don't encourage me, bro.
Do you? You're not serious, right,
It
Joe?
would be so funny. How could I not do it if you give me the invitation? No, I am wise. There is no race in all of those things.
Yeah, there is no race. Exactly.
So, yeah, except.
Go ahead, let it out, Joe.
No,
If you don't let it out, you're gonna get
it's
constipated and
not as
something bad's gonna happen.
it's not as fun now that I've told how I really feel. If you guys were wondering if I'm, really, thinking these things, it would have been funner. But I want to do it all. White people are exceptionally evil, though they did conquer so and so. But I don't really believe that shit.
Well, maybe they were more organized and able to, pursue their interests
In that
more.
moment,
You know?
Mongolians did it later. The Muslims did it
Oh.
later. I gotta assume if black motherfuckers were the elitists and in
That's
control, we wouldn't have stepped up and been like, no, this slavery thing is immoral and all of this money, we must send this, and we'd have did
Yeah.
what everybody else fucking do, bro.
Well, slavery's still going on, right? In only two places in the world. One is Africa and one is the Middle East, right?
I think they're different. I thought we were all slaves, though, right?
Well, we
That's
are.
right, yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. And that's an interesting thing, talking about the vegan versus meat idea. If you look at people, like anywhere you go in the world, like people that are closer to the land, less involved with the tyranny that we're under, with these
Yeah.
elites running our lives, anywhere you find people that are farther away from this system that we're under, this tyranny, they eat a lot more meat
Better.
and a lot
Really?
less
Oh
plant.
my God, that
yes.
must be the solution then.
Oh, yes.
Just crank them out. Everybody eat more meat. We're gonna get more free.
Well, if the lights go out, what do you think you're going to do? If the lights go out
What
tomorrow,
lights?
okay,
The sun
power.
still
Let's
comes
say,
out.
okay, the power, electricity.
The
If electricity
vegetables
went
can
out,
still grow.
okay, so play it out, right? So it's wintertime right
Lights
now,
are
right?
out,
Even
though.
where you are.
Yeah.
What?
I might murder
Right
the
now,
neighboring
so
family
what
and
would it
take their
matter?
And you get some
But
water,
That's
get some
exactly-
food.
the message from that should be the exact opposite of that. It's okay for me right now to murder the neighbors and take all their stuff. The
Lou,
message should
Well-
be the exact opposite, that we should fight.
Now,
Well, that's
as
the first
strongly as
thing
we
that will
can
happen.
to preserve this removal from nature and get
That's-
further removed from nature,
Hey,
because the state of nature is fucking horrible.
Before you
Well,
go on forward, Lou, I
nature
think
is
there's
cruel,
a
yes.
flaw. I think there's a flaw in
Unfortunately,
what you're
y'all, I gotta
saying.
call it a night.
All right, whoever said that.
Later, brother.
Peace out.
All
See you
right.
next
Later.
Lou, I think
Okay.
there's a
See you
flaw
next week.
in your logic. You
Okay.
said the first thing that most, you're not the first. You say what most of these people do is eat meat. I'm not sure that that's true because
No.
most.
What?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, but let me clarify. What I said was that not that they don't eat plants. Humans have always eaten some level of plants,
I
but
meant
it
these
was
freedom
always.
dudes, the
I'm
guys
talking
who've
about
gotten away from
people
the
like in
system you were talking
Africa.
about.
okay, I'll give you an example. In Africa,
Yeah.
there are the Hadza people, right? The Hadza people have made a choice, right? They have guns, they have all kinds of things around them that they can take on the modern world, but they've made a choice to stay. They make their own bow and arrows from the land. They cut their own stuff. We use feathers from. They do everything in their power to stay close to nature. The only things they've taken on from modernity is some clothes because they like jeans. So they get jeans and they cut them at the knees, and they wear jeans because they like them because they can put
Again, I'm not
animals.
sure that applies to what we're talking about. We're talking about people here in the U.S., civilized society, who
Right.
managed to get away from the technology and stuff. So I'm not sure that analogy even holds. We can stay here in the U.S. There are
Who's
people who
gotten
do
away?
that. There are people here in the U.S. And Canada who've gotten
Yeah.
away. And these people are not really meat eaters. They find a piece of land somewhere and they fucking farm. Some of these guys are
Yeah.
really fucking pacifists and against
Yeah.
meat. Most of the people who are really good at it, they're no longer Vikings and trying to kill shit.
They don't realize that they've been utterly indoctrinated and brainwashed when it comes to the idea of eating plants. They just don't realize it.
Damn.
Right? We have been trained so deeply that we are plant eaters. We're not.
Right.
Everything in our physiology says we're designed to eat meat. From our
All right.
intestines, from our
Do y'all,
intestines
any
to
of
our
y'all
teeth,
disagree?
to
Because I
our
don't
forward
know.
eyes, all kinds of things.
Go ahead.
That's a social
We see
contract.
color though, Lube.
Sorry?
Don't need to see color if you're a carnivore. Why do we see color then?
Because carnivores see color.
No, they don't.
Animals like deer, rabbits don't see color. Wolves, coyotes, carnivores see color. They do, bro.
Leaf eaters generally don't see many colors. Fruit eaters see colors.
Some fruit eaters do see colors, yes, but the majority of plant-eating animals don't see color. Like deer, cows, all these animals do not see color, right?
What about dogs?
That I've proven from my. No, they're not colorblind. Dogs see color.
Wolves.
Most predators see color. Most predators see color.
All right.
Yeah, and most herbivores don't. There are some. There's obviously the outliers, but it's generally the rule, right?
You're kind of advocating for the
point of having seen color is to see fruits and vegetables. It's not to see meat. You don't need to see color to take an animal down.
But also animals are colorful. Blood is red. It's colorful. So hey, there's
blood is red. Comes online earlier.
Well, you can accept it or not accept it. It's just the way it is. How come what?
How come meat doesn't taste good to us?
You're lying.
What?
You're lying.
It tastes like nothing.
A raw hunk of animal.
Our senses.
We have to chew through the skin and
raw meat.
I guarantee anything cooked on a grill is gonna taste
yeah, there you go.
Smoke anything and it's suddenly incredible.
There you go.
Yeah, once
the mouth
you put
starts to
vegan
water.
Ingredients on it. Once you put vegan ingredients on meat, then it tastes good. But when it's raw, it tastes like shit.
Try butter without salt.
A mango.
You can lie to yourself.
They got an argument, right? Fruit and shit vegetables have a very vast different amount of flavors as opposed to meat, generally speaking. They got an argument.
But did your mouth ever water when you saw a salad? No. But it waters when you smell a barbecue.
That's the bullshit that
right? And they lie to themselves.
It doesn't water when you see
that's your body. That's your body talking to you. That's your body telling you what it wants.
The vegan
My mouth
food
waters
on that piece
spicy
of meat,
beans and rice all the time.
You're smelling the barbecue sauce and the
I don't know
salt
what
and
you're
all that
talking
stuff.
about.
That has nothing to do with it.
The only real plant food that creates that mouth-watering kind of thing is breads, because they have something in them called glutamorphone. So they're very addictive, right?
What about casomorphin though?
Oh God.
Well, casomorphin it may be there, but it doesn't have the levels of it is not as high as with wheats and grains. The levels are very high, especially with wheat. Wheat has got the highest level of glutamorphone, right? And it's addictive, right? And the archaeological record shows that they believe that they can't understand, based on the archaeological record, why they kept eating plants even when they had grains, even when they had animal products, because and now they're beginning to believe it's because of the glutamorphone. They're highly addictive.
You're just gonna gallop from one claim to another when your claim gets totally shot down, eh? I mean, you asked us
my
whether
claim?
our mouths ever water at something that isn't an animal product, and if you're asking whether my mouth could water at a black bean, rice, pico de gallo, and avocado burrito, yeah, it easily
because there's bread there. Because that bread and the grains, the beans, they give that reaction. Yes,
That's
they do.
not true. My shit waters. I make certain noodles that are fucking out the packets and shit.
That's
That
wheat,
shit.
Joe.
Oh, okay.
Noodles are wheat.
But you said grains though, and not every grain has gluten
grains.
in it. Not every grain has gluten in it, though.
all of the exceptions to your your
the majority.
your false claim that our mouths cannot water at any.
I didn't say that. I said I made the distinction that there is a plant that your mouth waters from. I made that distinction. You didn't bring it in. I brought it in to the discussion, right? So I'm accepting
I'm not
that
so
fact.
sure some motherfucker mouth don't water at a pear who's a pear fan, right? You know.
Oh yeah.
Maybe, but nothing like a smell of roasting meat. Nothing like the smell of
good
roasting
salad
meat.
absolutely makes my mouth water. Sorry, bro.
If you're starving, yes.
It wouldn't make it ethical. I don't know what I don't know what the fucking point is. That would be an unfortunate fact about myself, but then I would have to be celibate, you know.
I didn't hear what you said because there was too many people talking.
If it happened that I could not get turned on other than by rape, then it wouldn't make rape ethical. It would just mean that I have a particular personal obligation to, I guess, be celibate or strive to find some other way.
Well, if you were born an Aborigine,
the ethical reality.
If you were born an Aborigine 250 years ago, before the white man came to Australia, you would have been excited by beating and raping women because that was part of your culture. So that would have excited you. But you're not born there. You're born today, where it's not. So, and I don't agree with rape or any of that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that that's the right thing. I just, for me, it doesn't turn me on. When thinking about it.
So you don't
like,
you don't
for
think
me,
you have any you don't think that you have
that's
any
me
argument
personally.
against it. It just so happens that you don't particularly like it.
Well, for me personally, I'm aroused when a woman is aroused. That's what arouses me.
There's not any kind of moral reasoning that you have behind that.
It
doesn't have anything to do with that you should care about another person's suffering. It's
obviously. Yes.
That is why.
No, that's included.
You care about you. Okay, but that's not
included, obviously.
The main reason why, even if you happen to enjoy it, you wouldn't do it.
Well, I mean, in today's society, it's obviously something that's very highly frowned upon, and I personally, whether it's frowned upon or not, it doesn't excite me,
people
right?
Who are capable of coming up with a moral judgment, right? The reason why it's frowned upon, the reason why it's socially sanctioned and legally punished, is because of people like me who are capable of coming to moral judgments independent of what we happen to arbitrarily desire. We're capable of coming to rational moral conclusions, and then enough people like that apply the rational moral conclusions. That's why somebody who is a complete psychopath might still choose to not rape. The reason that the social sanctions and the punishment exists is because other people who are not psychopaths have the capacity for rational ethics.
Lou, your
Yeah, I think
argument
yeah,
seems a
go ahead,
little
Joe.
arbitrary then, in light of what he is saying, then it seems arbitrary that you wouldn't shoot your dog, but you shoot a lamb or something. It seems like someone could have
Well, my
taught you
dog
that.
serves a different function, right? Number one, I basically only have hunting dogs, so they
But you
serve
know, but
a
that's not
function.
just a serve a function, right? I mean, or maybe you don't have your dog and give him names and love him just because he serves a function. And some people can see, and it's logical why you would see that those characteristics and loving qualities in other animals, and that's why you wouldn't
Yes,
kill them.
yes, there is obviously a different feeling for my dogs than I do for my cows, but doesn't mean I don't love my cows. I love my cows. I don't want my cows to suffer. I make sure they get the best in the winter, that they get the best hay. I go buy them carrots. Well, I don't buy it. They give it to me
You
free.
pop your cows and cut them up and all that.
Of course.
He said, "Of
Why would I let
course."
somebody? Of course.
So you
I
pamper them and
rejoice in that. I rejoice in that, Joe, because I have total control on whether that animal suffers or not. When I buy a piece of meat from the store, I cannot guarantee that that animal didn't suffer. So I choose not to buy it from the store. That's why I raise my own meat. That's why I raise my own pigs, my own cows, my own chickens, all of that, and I kill them myself, right? Because I can make sure that when I kill my cow, that it's the least harmful and quick way that I can do it, right?
I don't
Generally,
know
I'll
how
do it.
much props
You
you
also
get for
campaign against.
killing a motherfucker, but at least I make him suffer. You still put a bullet
I
in his
don't
head.
make
I
them
don't
suffer.
know.
Yes, but it's quick and generally they don't even know it's coming. My
And
animals, I don't move them. I don't move them to a facility to kill them. I do it where they're born and raised, right? And literally in front of the other cows. Now, because we put human feelings onto animals, we believe that those animals are going to see a cow die and have some sort of feeling about it. Trust me, they
I
don't.
do.
I don't
They
trust
don't.
You're
I'll
telling
tell you
me,
what my
yeah,
cows do. When I
yeah,
have a bull right now that I'm going to kill in the next month or so, right? When I put a bullet in his head and he drops, instantly drops, there's no life in him left once I put a bullet in his head.
yeah.
The other cows, they immediately understand that there's a dominance change in the hierarchy, and they
Yeah.
start to fight each other for it. And they'll often attack the animal that I put
It
down,
doesn't mean
as
that they
if to
don't feel.
reassure, to make sure he's dead, so that another one of them can take the higher level of dominance, right?
I
And I've
understand
watched this
that.
play out.
I
I've
understand that,
watched
and
this
that's
play out.
perhaps I understand. I don't disagree that I
Yeah.
don't think you're wrong, but it doesn't mean they don't have feelings. They may have other priorities at the moment. That would make them
Yes.
separate from most other animals, right? Most other animals have empathy when they see a bunny
I
rabbit or another goat stuck on an electric fence. It's like they know what the fuck is going on. Almost all animals feel that shit. Elephants, and
th-
right, they are herbivores. They certainly feel it when their people
yes,
die. So
yes,
cows would be distinct.
but it's
Humans are going to do shit
purely
like that in the northern too. That doesn't mean that the
from what
humans.
I can tell, and from my experience with killing many animals throughout my life in front of other, from my experience, I believe that they do not have the same feelings like humans. It's a more
Lube, you're a fucking
instinctual.
broken record, man.
It's an
You just show
instinctual.
up and say the same shit over and
Well,
over and over
you
and
don't
over and
have to
over.
listen
And
to
look,
it.
man, look, man, you made a claim, you made an acknowledgement that the other way, the far more common way that people in our societies consume animal products,
right?
that there's something wrong with it, and your way is
I
preferable.
don't agree with it. Yes,
Okay,
I don't agree with it.
Oh wow.
Do you
I don't
advocate?
agree with
Do you
factory
advocate
farming.
against? So do you do you go out and advocate against McDonald's and KFC?
Well,
you go out
I
there.
don't believe.
You go out there and tell people, hey, what you're doing, the vast majority of you, is really, really wrong. So either figure out a way to be like me, who raises all the animals that I consume myself, or
Right.
be vegan. But don't
And
keep
that's
don't keep
and
chopping.
that's why. I always advocate for it, right? I
You do?
can't change. Yeah, what I'm doing right now is advocating for raising your own animals and killing your own animals ethically as
Man,
possible.
do
I'm
do
advocating for
you
that.
spend
Like
more of
I,
your
like
I go
Jeffrey
for that,
said,
Ray.
arguing
I'm a
against
broken
vegans,
record.
or more
Here's
of
the
your
Sorry?
time
here's
arguing
an
against
ethical
a
issue
much
though.
larger number of McDonald's and KFC eaters and people buying factory farmed, chicken breasts at the supermarket? Which one do you
Well,
spend more of your time and effort arguing against?
well, it's the same as rights and freedoms, right? I can't force the slaves to stand up for their rights and their freedoms. I can't tell them, I could tell them, hey, look, man, you got these rights and freedoms, stand up for them. But it doesn't mean nothing. It's spreading, pounding, and come together, like Paul says, right? Going
You
out
feel the
and
same way
holding a
about
sign, says, oh, I protest against it. That means nothing. Nobody hears it. People laugh about it, right? But what people do see is the example that I put forward. I choose to do it in the most ethical way possible, with the least amount harm possible. I treat my animals with the most love and respect through their life that I can. And when it's time to put them to sleep, I do it quickly
Hey,
and
Lou,
efficiently
I'm
without as much
curious,
pain as possible,
Lou, if you
right?
found out that animals still feel empathy and
To
it hurt
sleep?
them when their kid rabbit or their baby elephant kid
I don't doubt
died,
that. I don't doubt that,
would
Joe.
it,
But
it wouldn't change anything?
what I believe, right, about the animals is that those feelings are instinctual feelings.
Okay.
They're not emotional feelings like we have. We also have
Ah.
instincts, but we've been far removed from them,
That
right?
sounds
I
like
believe
a bit of a
Like
animals
what I
have
said about,
justification.
instincts.
you know,
I've
how it's
seen
important to imagine
cows.
gods. It's important to
I've s-
imagine gods to humble our own position and realize we're not at the pinnacle of anything. You know,
well,
we
pinnacle or not pinnacle. All
we
I
are
can
not
go is based on my
overwhelmingly emotional
experience,
thinkers.
right?
That's
You
we're
can
just
go
at a
online. You
rational
can
pinnacle. It's total bullshit.
You can go
we're not
online
that
and
far
watch
removed from the
all these
cows.
phony videos where somebody's talking and saying, and these little shorts, and they're saying, and the deer had such a horrible feeling in his belly that the baby wasn't coming. And you can watch all that bullshit. It's all created for you to create a response, right? But I've seen too many times in my life where a cow will have a calf that's not viable, it's not doing well, it's probably going to die, and she walks away from it and lets
Humans
it die
do
because
crazy, irrational shit like that all the time too.
instinctually she knows it's not viable. So what do? I come in, I take the calf because I know the mother won't try to help it. So I take it and I help it and I feed it and I'll get milk for it and I'll bottle feed it and I'll bring it up so that it can live. The mother won't do that. Like if a calf is born not well, the mother will walk away 99% of the time. And that's with wild animals. I've seen it with all animals,
But you also
right?
kill them
Even
to kill each
dogs.
other.
I
That's
used to
gonna cause
raise
more terror.
dogs.
What does
I
this
used
have
to
to do with anything, lube ass?
because it's
Yeah,
all
you know what?
instinct
You
with
know what
animals.
humans do?
It's not about
Humans
feelings.
humans take their own lives because some other humans make fun of them on social media. So
Yeah.
how's that for being a pinnacle of cognitive achievement and rational mastery over your emotions?
Well, we've been so dumbed down and brainwashed and taken from our natural state that people in their heart know it. Even the ones that are full of money and, they run, when they lay down at night, they know they're a slave. They may not look themselves, deeply in the mirror and say, wait a minute, I have $1 billion, but I'm still a slave. If I don't pay my taxes on my property, the freaking government comes and takes it. So I don't own it. I rent it. So if I don't get my driver's license, they'll put me in a cage. If I don't, because I don't have the right to take my property from point A to point B. So people are demoralized. They understand that they're not living to their best because they're not standing for their rights, their freedoms, and they're not willing to take the chance to go to like Paul says, a box or death. They're not
That's why we
willing.
put animals in a box.
Well, like I said, animals are different. They don't have human feelings. Not from my experience, anyway.
Human feelings, though.
Yeah,
Not from your
humans have different emotions. We're much more
not from your experience.
evolved emotional way than animals. We do function on emotion. Animals, from what I can tell, function solely on instinct. And they,
What about when they
like a
express
dog,
terror,
I used to
though?
have 57 dogs. I used to raise hunting dogs, right? And I would breed them. And so many times, I would see a mother had whatever, 6, 7, 8 pups, whatever. And there was one that was not well, it just wasn't doing good. And the mother I'm talking about dogs now because they're the same. And the mother would take the puppy that's not doing well, either kill it or throw it out of the box.
You're just like
and let it die.
The cows and the dogs are just like variables in there. It's like it was
Like-
a sickly dog. Now it's a sickly cow.
I'm talking about animals in general. They don't have the feelings that we do. So when they see a sick baby of theirs, their mind is, I don't want to waste any resources on this animal instinctually. So they take it and throw it away. They don't care that it's their offspring.
That's the kind of thing that humans fucking do.
because
too,
their life is
when
like
when they're not in highly technologically advanced situations of extreme abundance.
I don't know what you're saying. Can you?
Okay.
Look, I'm a dumb walk.
Of course,
I only have half a brain. The half I have doesn't work too good. So you got to go nice and slow and give it to me clearly.
I am about to.
You got that
Okay.
disconnect in the middle.
We are highly, extremely domesticated humans in the sense.
Yes.
that we have most of our basic low-level survival needs removed from us because of the amazing advances of civilization, division of labor, economies.
Not because of advances, because of evil
technology.
people. Because of evil people, not because of advances. Advances is only going to help us, not hurt us. Like technology is not going to hurt us. Like the natives, for example. If when the white man came to North America and they saw guns for the first time, their priority became to steal guns because they realized that the technology was much more advanced. So they said, we need to get that. Right? They weren't saying like nowadays some guy does a YouTube channel and he builds a log cabin with a saw, a little stupid fucking saw because he wants to be part of nature, right? No, the fucking natives would have laughed at you. You mean you have a chainsaw, but you're using this little piece of shit saw? You're an idiot.
You were saying earlier, what are you guys going to do when the lights go out? What are you going to do
Right.
when civilization collapses? Now
Not
you're saying the
chainsaws.
exact opposite.
You never
Now
let me
you're saying-
finish it.
Now you're saying humans are the ones that operate on these advanced emotions and reasons, and animals only operate on instinct. But earlier, you were saying without without all of the comforts that advanced civilization has brought, we are not that different from the other animal species.
No, I never said that. I believe that we are very different than animal species.
What would you do when the lights go out? You'd be
When
just
the lights
grabbing
go
whatever
out-
survival resources you would and fighting others to the death in order to get them. What is that other than acting on primal instincts the same way that you're denigrating non-human animals for doing?
Well, I know for sure that when the lights go out, it's not a belief. I know this for sure. But when the lights go out, humans will revert to their natural state as much as possible. But the early stages of that is going to look like cannibalism, right? That's how it's going to look. Because if I go to the city and I take a live chicken and I walk downtown Toronto and just pick any random person off the street and say, and they're starving, I say, here, take this chicken, you're starving. They wouldn't know what to fucking do with it. They'd have no clue what to do with it, how to kill it, how to pluck it, how to clean it. They'd probably get themselves sick because they didn't know how to do it properly, right? So the point is that if the lights go out, we will revert back to our natural state. First, we will eat each other because that's all we know how to do is kill each other right now. We don't know. Most people don't know how to go out and hunt.
Here's
And
what
then
the average
once,
citizen of Toronto would know how to do in 2023. Okay, they might
Sorry?
not know how to. They might not know how to behead and pluck and and whatever dissect a chicken.
Any animal, any
okay,
animal.
very efficiently. Okay, but here is what the average citizen of Toronto would know how to do. Okay,
What?
for sure.
What?
They would know how to find whatever percentage of people know how to do that thing and negotiate an arrangement where they hire them, trade with them, provide some other kind of useful service that they know how to do for that other person's service.
Money's
That
not
is-
going to
that is
have
the-
any
that-
value when the lights go out. Money will be just really, literally just to start a fire with. If you have bills, you're
I
going
don't
to
believe
use
that I
them to
said- I
start a
don't believe
fire.
that I said money.
Well, you said
I believe that
you would
I said
hire them.
exchange.
So what would you
Well,
hire them with?
With
What would you use?
another service that you have.
Ah, and the only thing that you
If you're
would
a big
have,
guy who knows how to fight and defend others.
yes, that's a currency. That would be a currency. Yes,
If
a
you have
person
some-
that's
if you have
able
some
to
medical
heal.
knowledge.
Yes, that would be a currency. So only thing that would be a currency is your knowledge. So most people have no clue how to hunt and fish and go dig a fucking porcupine out of a hole to eat it.
Yeah,
because
I don't
it's the
have any.
close-
I don't have any
you know?
fucking clue how to like build a bus either, but I know how to go and find a bus to ride on that somebody else knows.
Yeah,
how to build.
but come on,
And
now
they
you're
don't,
now
and
you're
they don't know
being.
how to do the things that I do.
Yes, but none of that's going to matter when if the lights go out. I don't believe the lights are going to go out. I don't believe there's going to be a WH, what is it? Fucking shit hits the fan, SHTF situation. I don't believe that's going to happen. Number one, because they need and I don't think the internet's going to go down because number one, they're going to be creating a digital currency. And number two, in order to keep that digital currency, they need electricity. So they're not going to allow the lights to go out, right? I don't believe that's going to happen, but I'm just saying hypothetically, if it happened, right?
Yeah.
The first thing is people, well, I'll say something else too that people may not understand or may not contemplate is that in America, especially, and Canada too, to some degree, we're catching up fast. There's a huge rate of obesity, right? And people that are obese, when the lights go out, are going to live their best life for the first, X amount, as long as they have water. Once they reach their ketosis because they got no food, there's no more sugars coming in, there's no more pastas, no more breads, they're going to put their body into ketosis and they're going to hit autophagy and they're going to feel better than they ever felt, right? And depending on how fat you are, you will last for a lot. Like there was a man, the record is a year and I don't know 4 months or a year and 3 months. A 500-pound guy lived without eating. Right? So he ate himself through autophagy and ketosis. And when you're in that state, you feel amazing. Right? So fat people are going to have it pretty good when the lights go out and when there's no food to be found. Right? They may suffer the first 3 days, 4 days till their body kicks over. And then they're going to say, holy shit, I feel better than I ever did. And they're going to have more energy than skinny people. Like Jeffrey and Annie, they're going to be roasting on a spit, right? And they're not going to be much there. It's going to be like eating chicken wings, right? Get a little piece of meat and you spit out the bone, right?
Dude, fat
So
people
there's
have
not
more
much
caloric
there.
density to them. They'll have more nutritional value.
Yes, but they'll be stronger. They'll be stronger.
I don't know about that compared to.
Yes, they will. They will be stronger if, like I said, I don't think the lights are going to go out. But if they do, or whatever, fat people are going to have the easiest time, not the hardest time. Right?
So,
All their illnesses are going to go away. All their illnesses, their diabetes, their heart, their high blood pressure, their whatever diseases they got going on because of obesity, within a short order are going to disappear.
is this
when
like
they
your
start
purge fantasy?
No, it's the way it will be. This is provable stuff, what I'm saying.
If
You know?
everybody thinks that way, though, that's kind of the whole problem. Is that if everybody has that mentality, sure, that they'd be in that fear state where they would want to do that if we were ever in that kind of scenario. But otherwise, with people,
Want to do what? What do you mean? Want to do what?
all the stuff of
Want-
like surviving cannibalism, all that type of like.
No, nobody's going to want to do it. They're going to be put in a situation where they feel they have to.
But
Hey,
if they're-
Lube, So the
Yes.
lights go out, except for factory farming's going to stay intact, and everyone's going to
No,
still
of
get
course
meat.
not. No, of course not.
Okay,
Of course not.
why? Why is
Because
that?
factory farming will end. The people will take out whatever animals are on these farms. They'll steal them. They'll whatever barter them, and
They'll be gone in a week.
they'll eat
They'll
them.
be gone in a week.
Right? I don't know
All the
about
meat
that.
will
There's
be
a
gone
lot
in
of
a week.
animals. There's a lot of
Everyone
farm
will be
animals
vegan
out there.
within a month. Everyone will
No,
be vegan within a month.
no.
because the lights go
Everybody
out.
will be. Everybody will be carnivore in a month.
Everyone will be.
It'll get wasted
There will
anyway.
be no animals left for anyone to
No,
eat if the
There'll
lights
be
go
not
out.
true.
enormous waste if,
Lubas, you don't know
capitalism
how the world works.
I do, brother.
Everyone will be vegan.
No, not
The
true.
crazy purge people will have done
Where
themselves
are you going to
in.
get your avocados? Where are you going to get them? If the lights go out
Off of
tomorrow, where are you going to get
trees.
your avocados? Where's the
Well,
avocados? Where?
I
Are
live
they
in
ripe right
California.
now?
They're everywhere.
Are they ripe right now? Or do they ripen one time a year?
Don't have to have ripe. It doesn't have to be ripe.
Bro, fruits,
Fruit.
yes, we can eat
There-
fruits.
There'd
But
probably be a lot
there's
of
something that we ate.
shrubs and
There's
stuff.
something that we ate, fruits and vegetables, or something that we ate as a.
There wouldn't
If
be a
we
lot of
didn't
food.
have meat,
Can't deny that
if we
fruits
didn't
and
have meat,
vegetables are far more easy to produce than animals.
oh no, no,
Oh
sirree
yes,
Bob.
Bluebass.
It's
No,
regenerative.
sirree Bob.
Oh
My
yes.
cows eat grass.
Especially if the lights are out and there's bandits around and animals are all getting stolen and people are getting killed over animals. That's going to happen real quick.
Well,
and then
nobody's
everyone's
going to be killing my animals unless they're killing me. Right?
You'll be the
They
first
will be
one.
killing you. They will be
You
killing
know?
you.
Well, they can try. They can try.
And
But listen,
succeed.
there's also the skills part of it, right?
I don't know what
You
the
can
world
find
you're living in, where you're the
most
protagonist
people.
in
Most
in
people are not
society
going to go to the forest. Most people are not going to go to the forest because they're afraid of the forest and they don't know what to do in the forest. They're going to go to the cities and they're going to try to find stockpiles of food that were at this place or that place and break into places. And, that's how they're going to try and survive. The forest, they don't understand and they're afraid of it, right? That's the first place I'm going to go, right? And if I don't have a gun, I know how to dig a porcupine out of its hole because it's the slowest animal and the easiest to catch. And I know how to skin and clean it, even though it's got quills. I know how to kill it. Most people are not going to be able to do that. I know where to find rats, rabbits, all these types of animals, squirrels to survive, right? Most people don't. So they're not going to go to the forest. They're going to go to downtown. They're going to go to the outskirts where all the factories are and break into factories and look for canned goods and whatever goods they can steal out of some factory, right?
I want to see
and
Lube
then
Ass's porcupine
barter.
farm.
The key skill
Sorry?
in
I want to see Lube Ass's porcupine farm.
the key skill in a societal collapse scenario is going to be quick reestablishment of division of labor relationships and proto
Yes.
economies. Not
But there will be a
everybody knowing
purge.
how to do everything.
But there will be a purge first. Initially, there will be a big purge, right?
Capitalism, trade, division of labor and trade is the cornerstone of advanced civilization. And
I agree. I agree with that.
If there's a point where there's if there's any point where everybody needs to know how to do all of the essential things individually, then the complete collapse, the complete extinction of humanity will not be far behind.
Well, listen,
We don't- we
the
can't work
30s,
that way. We need division of labor.
during the Depression of the 30s, right? The majority of people at that time, they knew how to hunt. They knew how to skin a buck. They knew how to find a rabbit in its hole, or a porcupine, or a raccoon, or whatever. Most people knew how to do that. That's why
But
there was very
you
little
could also
starvation.
do pretty damn well as a doctor who provided your services to all of those people who were hunting and fishing. And,
Sorry?
and
Say that again, sorry?
You could also do very well as the rare person who was a doctor able to provide
Yes.
medical services to those people who were doing those other things, even if
Yes.
you didn't know how to do those things very well yourself.
Yes, and skills will be the biggest commodity, right? Your
Or if you were a
skills.
carpenter, you didn't necessarily have to be an amazing hunter. You probably didn't. You could probably do a lot
Yeah,
better.
but initially stuff like that wouldn't be. I don't see those types of skills being valuable in the initial stages of a shit it's the fan situation. I don't see that because there's there people, they'll move into a house, they're not going to care that that it's somebody else's house like they do now. They just move into it, right? Somebody died, they'll throw the body out and they'll move in, right?
Squatters'
So
rights.
sorry.
It says squatters' rights comes back.
Well, yeah, absolutely, because the state won't be there, right? All the cops will
The
be.
people who survive are not going to be individuals or nuclear families who know how to skin a porcupine. The people that survive are the ones who are going to have social skills to build stable communities of 100 or 200 people who all have specialization in different skills.
Eventually, though, not in the beginning. I really don't think in the beginning. Yes, eventually that would happen, where we'd go back to small communities, like the Wild West, right, where there was little towns all over the place. A couple hundred, maybe 1,000 people, and the next town was in.
I think it wouldn't take very long in a collapse situation.
Probably. Yeah.
No, I didn't even finish my sentence. It
Oh,
wouldn't
sorry.
take. I didn't even get to the key words.
I thought you meant it wouldn't take too long for that to happen.
It wouldn't take very long for people to understand how vital priests and teachers are.
Maybe. I don't know about priests. I think they'll be eating the priests.
Well, that's the fundamental mistake, because these building blocks of social order that goes beyond the extended family band is the only thing that's gonna give Homo sapiens a chance to get through some kind of societal collapse. And people are gonna figure out how utterly crucial roles like that are very quickly.
I don't believe that.
The people who think that they're going to
that will go away.
live with their spouse and their child and go off to the woods and get by knowing how to catch and skin a porcupine. Those people are
probably the only ones that will be doing that.
And the ones who have a decent priest and a decent kind of scholar, like a teacher of not like teachers today in California, but but actual teachers of useful things, wise men, medicine women,
mathematics, whatever. Okay, but I don't see.
I didn't say that. I said the medicine woman, the wise older man who can't fight very well, but knows how to organize people.
That may be true.
Knows organizational psychology on that basic level. Those roles are gonna establish their importance very, very, very quickly.
In an urban setting, you're probably right, but I believe that the people that will be going to the forest are the people that are going to the forest now. So in today's world, while the lights are still on, they go to the forest and they hunt, and they have a property somewhere out in the bush, whatever, or a little cabin or something like that. Those are the people that are going to go there. The ones that are the 99% of them that live in urban cities and cages, basically, they're going to try and stick around there. They might venture out a little bit once the factories have all been, ransacked and food gets scarcer and scarcer, cans and whatever, bags of beans and rice and whatever they can find their hands on. And then they might venture out. After that starts to run out, they may start venturing out further to the forest and learning, they'll learn how to skin and cook an animal because they they did it to their cat and their dog. So now they know how, right? Sorry, what's your cat's name, Jeffrey? He's cute, by the way. You know,
Steve.
I took my I have a cat. My daughter, my daughter moved out. You were here when all that drama was happening, and so there was a kitty who's been here.
Skinned and ate your daughter?
Oh, stop it. The kitty that was here, I just brought her to my granddaughter because that kitty, oh my God, she so loved my granddaughter. Like my granddaughter would see that cat and she would just like immediately go and hug her. She was very gentle with her too, so the cat liked it. And so I brought her over to live with them, right? And oh my God, my granddaughter was even the cat, they were both like over the moon seeing each other. It's crazy. It was so cute. She's petting her nose.
You're a strange dude, Lube ass.
The cat would lick her face, and her mom says, "Oh, she kissed you." No, she says she licked me. She licked
Those
me.
emotions have values, though.
Why not? I love animals. Why not?
But that's what we were talking about earlier with the cows and everything. You were
I
saying
love
that
my cows.
So if it's your cows, then the emotions matter, and they maybe do have emotions, but
Well, I don't have as much invested in other people's cows. It's their cows, not mine. But I'm not going to hurt their cows. You know, I'm not going to hurt any animal. If I can help it, I'm going to make it a clean, quick kill.
Strange
It's going to be
definition
fast and done. Within the animal will drop so quickly. Like,
It's like
have you ever seen
such a
an
pathetic
animal?
impotent conception of what you're able to help?
Have you ever seen an animal when it's taken with a bullet to the head? You've seen how they react? What happens to them?
Yeah, sure.
not great.
They're instantly gone. All their their legs literally. If you miss, obviously, if you're an idiot, yeah. Like if you don't know what you're doing and you miss and you skin the brain, yeah, the fucking thing might, fall on one knee and then get up and whatever. Yeah, it can happen. And I won't lie, it did happen to me one time, many, many, many years ago. And fucking thing almost killed me. Holy shit! But I got that bullet in.
The same
quick
would be
enough.
true of humans, right?
Sorry?
The same would be true of humans if they were.
Yes, yes. They would put the ones that they eat.
We're not physiologically different from other mammals.
No.
If you put an enormous bolt through our.
Yeah, it's over,
our
instant.
brainstem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your legs literally crumple out from under you. And it's instantly over. There's no more consciousness. It's over. They've gone to the other side.
So
right? I don't believe they've ended.
There's nothing wrong if a human was killed in that way.
Well, I don't think that's a good thing. I think interspecies what's the word I'm looking for? Like you shouldn't kill your own species, right? Animals try not to do that. I mean, they do kill their own species, but not as a rule.
If Klingons come to Earth,
right,
and then the Klingons decide for whatever reason, probably taking our land and resources rather than eating us, but maybe eating us.
Well, maybe we're tasty to them.
They're going to bolt gun us in the brainstem in some kind of perfect way, or probably shoot us with phasers or whatever.
Yes, that's
kill us.
Possibility.
There's
yes,
nothing morally bad about that loss of human life because it was not done intra-species. It was done interspecies.
Well, I mean, you could make that argument, but I mean, it's unrealistic. It's unrealistic because I don't believe that there's any fucking Klingons. But I think
that badness comes from the effect on the moral patient, the loss, the suffering first and foremost, but the loss of potential life, potential happiness of the being that's affected. I don't see.
Yes.
I don't see
Humans,
the argument. of
Humans
something
think like
being
that.
more morally bad because it was done by a member of the same species, and acceptable if it was done by a member of another species. What if Neanderthals were still around? That's much more realistic. That could have happened, and
Well,
and
Homo
they
sapiens,
might somehow be brought back.
Homo sapien, like it's
So
believed that they're not gone. It's believed that Homo
well,
sapiens
we have some of that.
absorbed.
Yeah.
It's believed that Homo sapiens absorbed the fuck. I'm having a
I
brain
don't know
fart.
about the word
What do they call it?
absorb, but
Yes,
yeah,
absorbed. Yes,
mated with Neanderthals and got some of the
yes, and we
DNA.
absorbed their DNA into ours, eliminating them as a specific species because we were much more uh, successful. We were much more efficient. It's believed that they were extremely efficient, but we were, I guess, maybe more prolific and more able to hunt, and
So
we
look,
absorbed them into our species
it's
because
not a
there's people.
logical it's not a logical necessity that there would only be one hominid species around today, right? It turned out
Yeah.
that way, but there could have been two different advanced hominid species.
Well, there's
They
the
both
Denisovans.
having language, both having sophisticated
Yes,
tools,
yes.
but that can't reproduce with each other. So they're different. They would be different species.
Oh,
That
I don't
could
know.
that
I
could
don't
through
know.
some accident of history that could have happened. And then would it be okay? Would it be morally okay? These people that have the language and tools and culture and whatever, would it be okay to go over and do whatever to them? Because it's
I
not
mean, it
your
depends. It depends on the
internally originated
morality of the
species.
time, right? I mean, I'm sure that they killed and ate a lot of Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, right? Sure, they did, and they also captured many of them and bred with them. You know, I'm
Homo
sure that
sapiens
happened.
also killed and did various other horrible things, tortured, and often ate other very, very genetically closely related tribes of Homo
Yes,
sapiens.
yes.
You
In
know,
some places in Africa, they're still doing that.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still doing that in some places, right? So
In
yeah,
some
it's
in some inner cities of the U.S., they're still doing that too.
no, in Africa. I think the
They're not
Africa's
eating, but killing in order to steal the resources from
and
the
there's
U.S.
also an island in Indonesia where they believe that they're I think it's Indonesia that they believe that they're practicing cannibalism because they've seen them with shrunken heads and stuff like that. So I don't
So
know. I mean, we have evolved into a more I don't like the word civilized because I don't think we are. I don't think we should be civilized, right? To some degree. I think
that's
because we're civilized is why we're enslaved because we've accepted slavery for safety. You know, who was it that said one of the founding fathers about if you love slavery,
someone who
then
would give up liberty for security deserves neither.
yeah,
I think that's Thomas
right,
Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson, right.
Yeah.
So go away from me. I never knew you. Fuck you. You know, you love fucking safety.
I remember that
Go
part of the
away.
quote. That's the extended one. It's the
Sorry?
extended. I said that's the extended quote. I remember that.
Right. Fuck you part, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crazy world.
I just think very differently. The thought, I'm an ethical consequentialist and a libertarian.
The
/
fuck does that mean? An ethical consequentialist?
Like a utilitarian. It's the result in terms of well-being that matters. The idea that freedom would matter even if it meant letting everything go to hell. Like that.
Oh, okay.
That's completely insane. The reason
I
why
like that.
freedom is so important is precisely that large-scale division of labor, market economies are the best way to
Yeah, but
produce
what are you doing
well-being.
for freedom? What are you doing for freedom?
What am I doing for
Yeah,
freedom?
what are you doing for freedom? Like, what are you doing?
Advocating
How are you?
against slavery.
Well,
Developing my marketable skills and exchanging them freely with other people for their marketable skills.
It's not going to get rid of slavery.
Rather than using violence against them. I mean,
I don't say you have to use violence.
not
I would suggest
supporting the most statist political choices.
Well, why do we even have to accept a state and vote for a state? Why do we even have to do that? Why do we not even contemplate not doing that at all? Right? If it's the core of our problems is these government parasites, why do we keep doing it? Right? These corporate fascists.
See, but we
That's all
agree on
they
that
are.
part, though. It's just the animal enslavement part and having the capacity to, be that cruel to another sentient being. It's like, where's that disconnect? Because, statists will do that to their like fellow man, people who are like order followers. But when it comes to animals, why can't we have that empathy so we can get that bloodlust, that like dark
It's
side?
not bloodlust. There's no bloodlust. I don't have bloodlust.
Well, you can't
I
give
like
up the meat.
No, because I know that that's the right way and that's the best way. And
What's the right
veganism kills way more animals. Hold on, I'm gonna find you something. I'm gonna go look for the poem for
I
Jeffrey.
don't,
Took a while
Jeffrey
to get
did.
here.
Okay, I like the poem part, but I'm gonna say Jeffrey did the whole debunking. He was a part of the debunking the whole crop death thing. That's not really.
So the thing to say about crop deaths is reliance on crops may result in the deaths of more animals than some individual who's able to live with a large property, a kind of a homesteader life, but that's completely unsustainable for the human population. And so what we should ethically be concerned about and what we're actually advocating is not trying to be as personally pure and personally minimize our overall ethical footprint, so to speak, in a way that's unsustainable for the rest of humanity. But we should be advocating the general methods of food production that are capable of being scaled up to all of humanity, feeding all of humanity in the way that has the smallest ethical footprint possible. And that is technologically, scientifically advanced plant agriculture.
Well, I mean,
maybe in the future it will be cell cultured tissue, which may be animal tissue or plant tissue or whatever, but that doesn't have any ethical impact. That could be the case in just a generation, but for now it's plant agriculture.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are movements where people are doing like permaculture, and like some people, like Earthling Ed talks about like veganic permaculture. So it's just like moving up to these just more sustainable, more just resourceful ways of growing our own food and doing things like community gardens. Like that would, if we could take back a lot of the land that's being used to murder animals for other people's dependency on that system, then I mean, like all of this landmass, even across the world, like
using the landmass. Yeah, also vertical farming, very efficient vertical farming, in or near cities, that also, eliminates many of the crop death issues. Also reduces the transportation burden, and just, people living in walkable urban centers and traveling less is incredibly positive development.
Yeah, well, and especially taking out a lot of unnecessary jobs and putting it more into community-based sort of jobs that actually, I mean, not just jobs, but like an actual fulfilling purpose where You could be a teacher. You could, try to encourage people to continuously be learning, and so many jobs could open up that would actually give people fulfillment if you didn't have really pointless.
That's a big overlap right there between veganism and libertarianism, is rejection of this idea that preserving jobs is a good thing.
Damn it! I read this thing almost, and I almost made myself cry.
Like pig farmer doesn't go away. That's a positive thing, because there's this work that people are needed to do. That's not jobs are not a commodity. That's one of the ridiculous falsehoods of our current political discussion.
Jobs are slavery.
Jobs are the existence of something that needs to be done is a negative thing, not a positive thing.
It's a burden.
Increasing the efficiency of our production in a way that eliminates the need for jobs is an amazingly good thing. And then people need to invent the new jobs to do now that the buggy whip manufacturers and the typewriter repairmen have gone away, that the necessity for them has gone away.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go. You want to hear the poem or what? I almost made myself cry reading this thing again. It's been a long time. You want to hear it, Jeffrey, Annie?
Yep.
Okay. It's called The Tale of Two Bunnies.
If it has bad meter, I'm gonna hate it. I am a poet.
Tale of Two Bunnies.
Okay.
The hunter is coming. Which way to go? Hunter is coming. My tracks in the snow. Hunter is coming. Run, bunny, run. Hunter is coming. No time for fun. Hunter is coming. His arrow flies true. Hunter is coming. This one's for you. Hunter is coming. Bunny, don't fear. Hunter is coming. Blood, warm, can't hear. Hunter is coming. I feel light. I feel peace. Hunter is coming. Will you tend to my fleece? Yes, dear bunny, I surely will. My family's belly you will fill. You will never be just a meal. Your glory, bunny, is all I feel. Your purpose done, you did your part. And now, dear bunny, you're in my heart. I'm sorry, bunny, for your son. From the tractor he could not run. Now he wanders all alone until the day that he comes home. And when he does, I will be here. For I am the hunter, and he will not fear. Makes me cry every time I read it.
What part makes you cry?
The last part. The bunny's son.
Oh,
the tractor. He could not run.
Yeah.
The bunny served his purpose. He went to God or the universe or whatever you want to call it. He went fulfilled. He did his purpose, but his son didn't.
So it's literally in your heart now. Cholesterol, vengeance.
Yes. I don't take cholesterol pills. I don't take any kind of pills at all. I'm 60 years old. I live pretty damn good. I work. Today I did 14 fucking hours running back and forth, up and down, painting, doing plumbing, all kinds of shit. My feet hurt, but I was like running around all day like a chicken without a head. But because I'm trying to get an apartment finished for the guys moving in on Sunday, and I had so much shit to do.
Hey, 40-year-old vegan, are you the rapper?
Me?
No, this guy in the chat. Are you the guy who did the rap that's called 40-year-old vegan? Yeah.
I don't know.
Zen probably no. Yeah, maybe not.
He's got like an album.
What are you saying? What's my purpose? Who is this? I can't barely see this shit on my phone. So small. So small.
Yeah,
the
there's
writing.
this guy there's this guy.
It's called lipemia.
He's got rap albums and
Makes all your shit not
one
work
of them
right.
that he's like rapping with animals at a
My
sanctuary.
shit
and
works.
The title of the track is 40-Year-Old Vegan, but I've heard some of his other. Okay.
My shit works great, Jeffrey. At 60 years old, I'm having wet dreams again. I never had them when I was a kid, and I'm having them now.
I've never had one.
Eating, dude. Come on.
Ali's eating Lube ass.
Actually, that reminds me. That reminds me. I didn't even eat today. I'm gonna go cook a steak.
Good for you.
Okay, guys. Thanks, Jeffrey, for having me.
Like cook
Later,
it, man.
Lube ass.
That's not
Thanks.
primal. That's
Thanks,
not.
Annie.
That's not what we do in a survival collapse of civilization situation, man. Don't cook it.
Why?
Just eat it.
I don't like it raw.
Eat it raw.
I've tried it once in a
You get
while.
the-
I do
Get the parasite.
because
If
I
it's
know
our
it's
natural
good
food,
for
it
you.
would be amazing raw. It would be so
I,
good. We'd be
I
like,
do
"Oh,
once in a
eating
while.
it raw."
I do once in a while because I know it's good for you. I definitely eat it rare, like blue rare. But I like that little bit of char on it, right? I like that.
Yay.
And now I got this fucking air fryer thing. It's amazing. This
You're
air
not
fryer thing.
refrigerating either, right? It's not.
Finally
You're
got an
definitely
air
not
fryer.
refrigerating it. You're
Oh
just
my god, they're
leaving
good.
it out until it's time to eat, right?
I didn't believe the hype until I bought it. Now I'm fucking all in with the air fryer. I put a nice couple of slabs of butter on the steak and let it go. 10 minutes, it's done. Okay, guys, take it easy. Be good. Be happy. Find a porcupine. Eat it.
We don't need your porcupine farm.
Use the quills
Get a
to make.
durian. A
Use
durian's
the
got
quills.
spice on it. They also require skill to remove.
Use
You
the
need be-
quills to
you need be
make
pretty good with
beads.
the machete to crack open the durian. Durian's amazing. You guys had it?
I've never had
Not
durian.
good durian. I mean,
yet.
not any durian, but
I'm a
I
pro.
doubt we
I'm a
can
pro
get very
durian
good durian.
person.
Are you in America? Are you in America? Yeah. You.
Yeah, I live in the mountains of Northern California.
Oh.
But well, right now that's my hometown. That's where I am now. But I
Lot of game.
I mostly
California's-
live and work in South Korea. So
Ca-
I'm an
What?
English teacher in Korea.
You
Just
go
back-
there to do
back
it,
in
or
my
you do it
town.
online?
No, I go there. Yeah,
Oh,
Korea
that's
has
cool.
been basically my home for a long time. I'm just
They eat a lot of meat.
back in
The
family right
Koreans. They eat a shit ton of meat. The Chinese, the Koreans, the Japanese,
now.
all
Well, now
of
they
them.
do.
All-
Now
Now
they
they
do.
do.
Thanks.
They
to
Now
that.
always
they've
did.
westernized.
No, they did not always, unless well,
Always.
they always
No.
ate fish and seafood,
Rice.
being a peninsula.
Fish,
but,
yes. They eat a
but
lot of
they did-
fish,
No,
yes.
but they
It used
didn't.
to be
They
rude
didn't
on
eat. They
people.
didn't eat a ton of it as the staple of their diet. They ate.
It is the staple.
Tons
The
of-
Okinawans, the longest
Okay.
lived people.
All right.
The longest lived
you not
people
only know about what my
worship
dad,
pork.
what diet my dad eats, but you also know. better
Well,
than
if your
I do
dad's American,
what the
90
traditional
80%
cuisine of Korea is.
plants.
Okay. All right.
80% plants. If your dad is an American,
You seem to know a whole
80%
lot.
plants.
You know,
That's it.
you also know more about the women that I fuck than I do. I mean, what else do you know about that exceeds my own personal?
Well, that's because I got one here. I got
All right.
Jolene. She's here in my bed. She's playing
Okay.
with one of my balls.
Great, man.
All right.
I
Take it
wish I
easy,
had
guys.
that hubris. If I had that hubris,
Good one, Lube.
my life might be a lot more fun.
Later,
Unfortunately,
Lube ass.
I have some humility instead. It holds me back.
How the fuck do you turn this thing off?
Well, that was a ride.
Yeah,
We
Lube
got one of
ass
the
is-
He
signature
finished off strong. He started off his interaction with me claiming to know more about my own
Your
personal
dad.
history. And he finished the same way.
Yeah.
All right,
He's
dudes.
probably never been to Korea. He knows all about what traditional.
Economy.
It's probably like traditional Korean food is probably like one smallish fish and then a whole bunch of preserved vegetable side dishes and a bowl
Yeah.
of rice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like Korean
Wait.
barbecue sides.
So was
And
Lube claiming
yeah,
that, like,
all the sides and all the big amount of barbecue of like pig barbecue and fried chicken and stuff is all very recent Western intervention. Yeah,
That's true. But so was Lube say that like most Americans are eating like 80% like plants of their diet? Is that...
It's carnivore diet propaganda.
Yeah, that's. I mean, like I've always heard that. I mean, I'm looking at a statistic right now that
They say that,
90... What?
They say that supermarkets are 90% plant-based.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's like
the
processed
thing
plants.
that's unhealthy about a bacon double cheeseburger is the bun.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this is saying like 95% of Americans, adults and children, don't consume the recommended amount of fiber.
Oh,
So,
for sure, way below. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like they're barely missing the recommended amount of fiber. It's like
significantly.
So many health problems attributed to just a radically low fiber intake.
Well, that's all the carnivore people are pointing at the food pyramid, and they're like, "Look, it didn't work." And it's like, well, no one was doing it. Like,
yeah,
if everyone was doing it, then yeah, it wouldn't have worked. But nobody was doing it.
It's wishful thinking though. We had like all the meat and dairy, or just agricultural propaganda being shoved down our throats anyway. So you're gonna go towards the stuff that's more chemically addictive.
Yeah.
You guys know about the like who was the politician that became kind of prominent?
Kennedy.
In the 70s, somebody, I think it might have been like Mondale before he ran for president. And in the 70s there was it's a report named after whatever congressman was on the lead, but this scientific report to Congress, about the current scientific consensus on health, and it basically came out saying like generally plant-based diet, reduce animal products as much as possible, kind of thing. Dietary cholesterol is really bad. Saturated fat is really bad. And then the industry lobbyists just lost their shit, and that report ended up basically being axed for lobbying reasons. And that was, before we ended up with the version of the food pyramid. There was actually this real scientific consensus that American industry was terrified by and squelched.
Oh, because they were going to lose money.
Yeah, we couldn't. It's so weird, and like the Electoral College and the the political balance of power relative to population. It's pretty striking when you're from California, which is like the state that produces most of the diversity of fruits and vegetables, right? A lot of it's imported from more warmer climates, but a lot of it's produced in California that has really good soil to produce this healthy variety of fruits and vegetables, and then also nuts.
Nuts.
But then there's all these parts of the country that can't really grow many of these vegetables very well, and so they just grow a shit ton of soy and corn for animal feed, and then have grazing land, and they have vastly disproportionate political power compared to their small populations. And it's this weird accident of history in the way that the U.S. Constitution is written and Congress is set up. The Senate and the Electoral College just gives so much fucking power to Wyoming and Iowa and Nebraska and shit.
Well, we're an hour and a half over, so I'm gonna.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That was fun. Let's do it again next week. Let's try and get some more people up here. It's
Yeah, sounds
kinda-
good. We did get one of Lubass's legendary poems, so
Yes,
that's a little bit of a highlight there.
and we should get Nicholas and Jason up here too. We gotta get Jason to fucking. He's gonna. We'll see if
The
he's
hunter.
probably gonna be too scared.
The hunter is like death coming for you, right? And
Yes.
the hunter is like colon cancer, and the rabbit
Prostate
is
cancer.
like Lubas.
The hunter was
Butt cancer from
The hunter is
cooked-
waiting. The hunter is
cooked
waiting to
fat.
take you out, little rabbit.
supposed to save the bunny from all of its horrible things it has in its little bunny life.
The hunter of atherosclerosis will take you away from you.
Lubass
Your
was trying to
road.
convince us
Your
all that
road.
bunnies run towards the farm vehicles. He's all, no, they don't run away, they run towards. And I was like, oh
Yeah.
my god. All right. Well, cool guys. We'll see you later. See you
All
next
right,
week.
guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah. Take it easy. Happy New Year, I guess.
ya.
See you next year.
Happy New Year.
Year.
Peace.
Peace.